Leader Zelensky calls on to convene Global Peace Formula Summit. Welcome once again. We start off with how Russian Foreign Minister is now backing India for permanent membership at the UN Security Council, stating that India's stance on global issues. Shifting focus now to the latest update on the Afghan-Pakistan tensions in Balochistan, which saw firing there recently. Latest casualty figures suggest at least 6 people were killed and 17 were injured after Afghan border forces opened fire at a civilian area in Pakistan's Balochistan, according to the statement issued by the Inter-Services Public Relations Office. Here's what's all that happened in this report. Take a look.
Deadly shelling from Afghan forces killed 6 people and injured more than 17 people in a border town on Sunday, as relations continue to sour between the neighboring countries. Pakistani's military media wing reported that Afghan border forces used artillery and mortar in the attack. The wing further blamed the casualties on unprovoked and indiscriminate fire by Afghan forces on civilians. Meanwhile, Balochistan Chief Minister Abdul expressed concern over the incident and ordered the district administration of Chaman to provide full support to the people affected. The violence hitting southwestern Pakistan's town of Chaman was the latest in a series of deadly incidents. Chaman is the main border crossing for the trade between the two countries, and a deadly shooting there last month led to its closure for more than a week. And now, the recent attacks have skyrocketed tensions between Pakistan and Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. Agency report, Republic TV.
China on Monday launched a Long March 4C rocket, placing a pair of satellites into space. The rocket blasted off at 4:22 p.m. Beijing time from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China and sent the satellites Xi'an 20A and Xi'an 20B into preset orbit. Here's more.
China on Monday launched a Long March 4C rocket, placing a pair of satellites into space. The rocket blasted off at 4:22 p.m. Beijing time from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in the northwest China. The satellites Xi'an 20A and Xi'an 20B were sent into preset orbit. Xi'an means experiment in Chinese. The two Xi'an 20 satellites will be used for in-orbit verification of the new technologies such as space environment monitoring. According to the launch center, it was the 454th flight mission of the Long March series rocket. Earlier on December 9th, China had launched its new Zhilong 3 rocket from a mobile sea platform in the Yellow Sea, successfully sending 14 satellites into orbit. Agency report, Republic TV.
And violence continues in Peru. Chanting supporters of Peru's ex-president Pedro Castillo gathered in downtown Lima, the capital, barricading key highways on Friday, potentially disrupting exports and supplies to the capital if the roadblocks persist. Here's more.
The anger of Peru's residents against the government expands across South American country. But nowhere is it more visible than in Andayulas, a remote rural community in the Andes. This is the region where the poor have struggled for years and voters supported the now ousted President Pedro Castillo, himself a peasant like them. Their fury is such that the protests have continued despite the deaths of 2 young demonstrators over the weekend.
Está muy dolida porque lo han matado como en un matadero. Él es un estudiante deportista y mi mamá pide justicia, así como mi familia, para mi hermano.
The community, after all, is no stranger to the civil unrest as people here revolted against a president in 2005, causing the deaths and injuries of many residents. Remember, earlier there was a huge protest of 1,000 protesters in the Peru's capital, demanding of the release of the ousted ex-president Castillo, which ultimately had triggered a grave constitutional crisis. Former Army Major Antaura Humala, who was sentenced to 19 years in prison in connection with an uprising and is the brother of former President Ollanta Humala, called on Boluarte to hold early elections.
Estoy viviendo acá y todo lo que está sucediendo en el Perú está sucediendo muy precipitadamente. Por eso, con la salida de Pedro Castillo, si la derecha cree que se solucionó la crisis, se equivoca rotundamente. No ha hecho más que agravarse y entrar en un capítulo en otro grado. El primer paso es el adelanto de elecciones. No va a poder hacer todo en simultáneo. Entonces yo creo que los líderes populares deben evaluar cuál debe ser la posición ante este gobierno que puede ser de transición verdadera.
Meanwhile, Castillo has denied every allegations of corruption against him, saying that they are based on hearsay statements. Peru has had 6 presidents in the last 6 years, including 3 in a single week in 2020, when Congress flexed its impeachment powers. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And in other news, the European Union's top official has called for the creation of an independent ethics body covering all of the bloc's institutions, saying corruption allegations involving a vice president of the EU legislature were of utmost concern. No more in our next report. Take a look.
Amid the corruption scandal, the European Union's top official Ursula called for stricter rules. This comes after European Commission President Ursula reacted to the scandal inside the European Parliament, allegedly involving officials from Qatar.
I think it is important now to check what the next topics are. We are checking on our side the transparency register that we have, where all meetings of college members and members of their cabinets with interest representatives are published.
Notably, Ursula called for the creation of an independent ethics body covering of all the bloc's institutions and said that the allegations of corruption targeting a vice president of the EU legislature were of utmost concern.
I'm not advocating that others join the same type we have, but the principles of having such an ethics body where there are very clear rules on what has to be checked how and when and what has to be published how and when would be a big step forward.
Eva Kaili, a 44-year-old Greek former TV news anchor, was suspended by a party in Greece and the EU Assembly's Socialists and Democrats group on Friday after Belgian police staged 16 raids across Brussels as part of probe into the corruption and money laundering at the parliament. This happens after Belgian prosecutors investigated alleged influence peddling by a Gulf country at the European Parliament, charged 4 people over the weekend with corruption, participation in criminal group and money laundering. Parliament Vice President Eva Kaili of Greece was relieved of her duties. The prosecutors declined to identify the country suspected of offering cash or gifts to parliament officials in exchange for political favors, but at least one was an EU lawmaker and one was a former member. Several members of the assembly and some Belgian media linked the investigation to Qatar, which is currently hosting soccer's gala event, the World Cup.
We have very clear rules for all commissioners. We look into that with in view of what has happened at the European Parliament. And here we have to check how the situation is. I think as long as there are no new informations, we are at the status quo. But indeed, if any kind of new information occurs, we will have to act and react to that.
Meanwhile, Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has denied any wrongdoing. According to prosecutors, police conducted raids at European Parliament offices in Brussels to seize computer data belonging to 10 parliamentary assistants on Monday. Officers have conducted 20 raids in total as part of an investigation launched 4 months ago. Agency report, Republic TV.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking Western leaders to help overcome Russia's weapons advantage by supplying more modern tanks, artillery, ammunition, rockets and air defense systems now. Here's more.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky on Monday addressed the participants of G7 summit.
Шановні колеги, я прошу усіх вас зберігати досягнуту солідарність, і наступного року Росія продовжує агресію, а отже має бути продовжена і підтримка України. Наступного року, так само як і цього. Але окрім цього, ми маємо зробити і давно.
During the address, he asked Russia to start withdrawal of its troops on Christmas.
Перший – це нова сила. На жаль, Росія досі має перевагу в артилерії і ракетах, і це факт. Саме ці можливості армії окупантів багато в чому поживлюють нахабство Кремля. Але можемо і це подолати. Україна потребує сучасних танків. Я прошу вас відкрити цю оборонну можливість для нас.
He also further said that Moscow's answer will speak volumes.
Україна потребує незмінної підтримки артилерією, гарматами, снарядами. Це те, що не допустить ескалації з російського боку. Ми потребуємо більше реактивної артилерії, більше далекобійних ракет. Чим результативніше буде ми з такою зброєю, тим коротшою буде російська агресія.
Zelensky further pressed Western leaders on Monday to provide more advanced weapons to help his country in its war with Russia.
Другий – нова міцність. Маємо зберегти і наступного року фінансову, енергетичну, соціальну стабільність, не програти у цьому, це виграти в усьому.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin has rejected all previous appeals to reverse its land grabs in Ukraine. It didn't immediately respond to this latest one. Zelensky also suggested to convene the Global Peace Formula Summit to implement the Ukrainian Peace Formula.
Пропоную скликати спеціальний саміт Global Peace Formula Summit, щоб визначитись, як і коли ми зможемо реалізувати пункти української формули миру. Я пропоную вам, як і іншим сумлінним державам, проявити своє лідерство.
Ukrainian president addressed G7 leaders, thanked them for the current support and asked for a prolongation of it in the new year.
В реалізації формули миру в цілком або конкретних її пунктах і пропонуємо Росії здійснити конкретний, змістовний крок до дипломатичного врегулювання.
The two countries haven't exchanged in any recent peace talks and there is no end in sight for the war, which is in its 10th month and has killed and wounded tens of thousands of people and left dozens of Ukrainian cities and towns in ruins. Agency report, Republic TV.
And Indian and Chinese troops clashed along the line of actual control on the 9th of December. All the details and updates on this coming up next here on World This Morning. Stay tuned and keep watching Republic TV. Also coming up, ATC sends prime accused in Imran Khan's attack on to 10 days physical remand, accused to be produced before court on the 22nd of December.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम्प लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days. And what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Welcome back. You're watching World This Morning, and in other news, crews have found the body of a 4th person who died in an explosion at a San Antonio construction company, and investigators are working to determine the cause and origin of the blast now. The explosion happened late on Friday at K-Bar services and could be heard miles away. All the details in this report. Take a look.
Following the explosion that happened on Friday, that was reported from San Antonio Construction Company, crews have found the body of a 4th person who died in that explosion. And now, the investigators are working to determine the cause and the origin of the blast. The explosion happened late Friday at the K-Bar services and could be heard miles away. Responders immediately found 1 person dead when they arrived, then 2 more bodies were discovered on Saturday. A fire department spokesman said that the department's arson bureau is taking the lead in the investigation and is working with the city police and federal officials to determine what caused the blast. Agency report, Republic TV.
Washington, D.C.'s capital is introducing a groundbreaking plan. It will begin offering free bus fares to residents next summer. This comes at a time when major cities, including Los Angeles, Boston and Denver, and states such as Connecticut are considering broader zero-fare policies to promote equity and help regain ridership that was lost with the rise of remote and hybrid work.
The COVID-19 pandemic laid bare for the District of Columbia and the other major cities that public transit was a lifeline for essential workers and that even modest fares could be a burden to them. So the nation's capital is introducing a groundbreaking plan. It will begin offering free bus fares to residents next summer.
It's a big deal. 3 years ago, I launched Metro for DC, which was an effort to make our metro system fare-free if we could do it.
It comes at a time when major cities including Los Angeles, Boston and Denver and states such as Connecticut are considering broader zero-fare policies to promote equity and help regain ridership that was lost with the rise of remote and hybrid work.
So the first thing with good transportation policy, any transportation policy, is that it broadens markets. So the first thing it's going to do is incentivize and I hope attract more guests to come down to DC, especially downtown DC, to enjoy like really some world-class restaurants, bars, entertainment, dining.
Charles Allen, DC Council member for Ward 6, who spearheaded the plan, says that this is a no-brainer for the district's economic recovery.
But then also tie in service improvements, right? You got to make sure that you're not just helping on affordability, but you're actually improving the service in the first place. So what we're about to pass here in the District of Columbia is just transformative for working families, for workers, for every part of our city. It's a really great deal.
According to sources, the fare-free bus rides are intended to benefit workers, local businesses and families, and that the bill would directly impact service workers. Echoing the same sentiment is Dominic White, an employee at a grocery store who takes the bus and the train multiple times weekly to and from her job.
Sometimes I catch the train and trying to pay for the bus and the train can become overwhelming if you go to work every day like I do. So it'll be a blessing to have it free, even for people who don't pay for the bus and get on for free anyway. It'll still be a blessing for those who do.
According to sources, about 68% of DC residents who take the bus have household incomes below $50,000, and riders are disproportionately Black and Latino compared with Metro Rail passengers, according to the council budget analysis. In DC, where bus fares amount to a modest 7% of the total transit operating revenues, the transit agency may be able to more easily absorb losses from zero fares. Currently, DC bus ridership stands at about 74% of the pre-pandemic levels on weekdays compared to 40% for Metro Rail. Though according to the sources, the program has eliminated altercations between passengers and bus drivers over fares, although there have been more instances of passenger disputes due to an increase in homeless riders. Agency report, Republic TV.
But that is a wrap on this edition of World This Morning. Coming up next in the Morning Express, Tawang to stay the heated debate in Parliament as Congress and other parties say they will be raising the matter. Also coming up in the Morning Express again gives an open death threat to the Prime Minister of India. Now, the Congress leader who did so faces an FIR. But when will the Vadra Congress act against him?
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा. अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV with me, Nupur Talwar Surya. And our focus today is going to be on the fresh face-off that was in Tawang between Indian and Chinese forces. We'll get you that and more. Here are the headlines. Doklam, Galwan and now Tawang. China provokes India in Arunachal Pradesh. Indian and Chinese troops clash along the line of actual control on the 9th of December. The Chinese came with 5 battalions, but the Indian army stood their ground resolutely and thwarted their attempts. Minor injuries are reported to a few personnel in the clash. Sources suggest injured soldiers are being shifted to Guwahati. Forces fight back at the border, but OAC politicizes national security, attacks the Prime Minister over Tawang. Tawang to stay the heated debate in Parliament as the Congress and other parties say they'll raise this matter. Well, we begin with news that's just coming in. The police have arrested the former Minister Raja Pataria, a Congress leader who made controversial remarks about the Prime Minister. The arrest took place in the morning from Pataria's residence at Hatha and Damoh district. Now, yesterday an FIR was filed in Panna. The Panna police then left to arrest Pataria. Do remember that Pataria's remarks against the Prime Minister did cause a huge controversy at a meeting with a few supporters. He said that the only way to save minorities is to kill Modi. Thereafter, of course, he did come out with a clarification saying that his remarks had been misrepresented, but that was too late. There was an FIR that was filed against him by the Madhya Pradesh government, and thereafter we're given to understand that they have arrested the former Minister Raja Pataria. The Congress, of course, hasn't really said much about this, but this issue was raised by the BJP at all forums. Yesterday, we spoke to a large number of ministers who were attending the Gujarat swearing-in ceremony of the new government. They also did say that this is not the first time that the Congress party has targeted the Prime Minister, and that action will be taken, and action has been taken. We are given to understand that there was an FIR that was lodged, and now the Congress Neta Raja Pataria has been arrested for his remark against the Prime Minister. Now, this is the remark where he, while speaking to his supporters at a local gathering, we understand, had said that to safeguard minorities, people must be ready to kill Modi. Satya Vijay joins us right now on the phone line. Good morning, Satya Vijay. Give us more details of what has happened. We are given to understand that the arrest took place a while ago.
जयपुर की बड़ी खबर इस वक्त की यही है, मध्य प्रदेश के दमोह जिले के हटा से राजा पटेरिया कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष हैं, इनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है। क्योंकि इनका विवादित जो बयान है कल सामने आया था, काफी तेजी से वायरल हुआ, जिसके बाद सरकार ने पूरे घटनाक्रम को गंभीरता से लिया। गृह मंत्री नवसंता ने भी तुरंत ही इस प्रकरण में पन्ना पुलिस को FIR दर्ज करने के निर्देश दिए थे। कल दिन में करीब 1 बजे पन्ना पुलिस ने राजा पटेरिया के खिलाफ फैलाने के लिए, लोगों को भड़काने के लिए और तमाम धाराओं में केस दर्ज किया था। इसी के बाद पुलिस एक्शन में आई। पन्ना पुलिस जो है दमोह पहुंची, देर रात दमोह के हटा पहुंची, जहाँ से राजा पटेरिया के घर से उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है। पन्ना पुलिस अब उन्हें दमोह से अपना पन्ना जिला लेकर रवाना हो गई है। आगे की विस्तार पन्ना पुलिस वहीं करेगी और इसमें अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो धाराएं बढ़ाई भी जा सकती हैं। फिलहाल राजा पटेरिया जो कि PM मोदी के खिलाफ विवादित बयान देते हुए वायरल हुए थे, हालांकि उन्होंने अपनी सफाई भी दी थी, लेकिन जो बयान उनका वो साफ तौर पर भड़काने जैसा था। शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने भी संकेत दिए थे कि इस तरह के बयान नहीं है, हत्या की साजिश है। और इसी के बाद पुलिस ने हटा से राजा पटेरिया को गिरफ्तार किया है और आगे की पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है।
All right. Thank you very much, Satya Vijay, for bringing us all those details. So, as we are given to understand, he will be produced before court. The police arrested the former Minister Raja Pataria, a Congress leader who made the controversial remarks against the Prime Minister. The arrest took place this morning from Pataria's residence on the Hatha area of Damoh district. Yesterday, of course, an FIR was filed by the Madhya Pradesh police against Pataria. Now, it was a remark that Pataria had actually made against the Prime Minister that sparked off a major controversy. Yesterday, of course, he did come out saying that his remarks had been misconstrued, but the video that is now gone viral on social media of where he made these remarks seems to suggest that he's just trying to cover up. So, action taken against Raja Pataria. The Congress, of course, hasn't really spoken out much against this remark that came in. All right, so action coming in early morning. He was arrested after the FIR that was lodged in Madhya Pradesh. Now, several, of course, senior leaders of the BJP have criticized the leader, saying that the Congress party must respond to this. They must take action against Rajaputaria. All right, now cutting across straight away to news that's coming in from North Kashmir Sopore area along the Kupwara bypass road. The BDS has been called and traffic has been halted on this road. The operation is being carried out by Army's 552RR and the Sopore police. We are given to understand that this is an IED that has been found in North Kashmir's Sopore area. Pictures on your screen are of the operation that is currently on. This is a joint operation that is being conducted by the army as well as the Sopore police. We are given to understand that this is an improvised explosive device that has been recovered in this particular area. The normal standard procedure that is in place means that traffic is brought to a total standstill. People aren't allowed to enter into this vicinity, and then this area is cordoned off, and of course thereafter search operations are carried on. Aravat is reporting on this. He now joins us on the phone line. Good morning, Aravat. Give us more details of what is happening currently.
Very good morning. It was morning 6 a.m. when Army 52 Rashtra launched the cordon and search operation in the Seed village of Sopore town and found the huge IED on the national highway. Because I will tell you, this highway is a very busy highway. In some time, the convoy will play on the same road, and the BDS call has been called on, and the massive cordon and search operation has been underway in the Amargarh area of Sopore, and the traffic has been halted on Kupwara-Sopore National Highway. Yeah.
All right. So, as you're pointing out, of course, we are given to understand that traffic has been completely halted on this highway.
Yeah, it's because the highway, it's a corner highway, because 24/7 the convoy is playing on the same route, because it connects Srinagar with the Kupwara, and this is the only route where from Kupwara, from the forces, from the public, will use the same way. And this is the railway. Near the railway, this ID has been found on the Seer area in the Amargarh Sopore, and the BDS has been called in some time. They will destroy it, because as we have learned from sources, this ID is a very huge ID. So we can say there are major traffic has been averted by this BDS squad that are right.
All right, Aravat, appreciate you speaking to us. Thank you very much for joining us. So that's the latest that we are getting. Traffic has been halted, and a complete cordon and search operation is on in the area. We are given to understand that this ID was found earlier this morning, and the Sopore police and the Indian Army, of course, have launched a joint operation in this particular area. It has been sealed off from traffic, and the search is on for this IED, and of course there is procedure that is already put in place in situations like this one. I think Zeenat is also joining us right now on the phone line. Zeenat, good morning. Give us the latest that you're hearing about this. We are given to understand that the operation is currently on.
Nupur, this is an IED that has been found in North Kashmir, Sopore, and improvised device has been found in Tulibal area of Sopore in North Kashmir's Baramulla district. IED was found at Sopore bypass near Amargarh crossing. As a team of Sopore police, 52RR of Army, CRPF rushed to the spot, and also the bomb disposal squad was called in to defuse this IED. So we are seeing that despite the terrorists are being neutralized by JKP along with Indian Army in different inter operations, we are seeing the way that are being used mostly by the terrorists now to plant an IED to cause major damage. But we can say that IED has been recovered, and in some time from now it's going to be diffused. So we can say a major tragedy was averted on this Amargarh highway in Sopore, North Kashmir.
Absolutely. Zeenat, as you're pointing out, of course, this does appear to be a major tragedy that may have been averted. Zeenat, but give us a sense of how long this operation is going to take. Now, we understand that traffic has been halted completely.
See, it is going to take another 5 to 10 minutes till this IED is diffused and the area is cleared. And once it's cleared, the traffic movement will be allowed. So, but this is one of the important artery of the North Kashmir Srinagar road, where this artery touches you to Baramulla, Sopore, and also Handwara, Kupwara. So, in an important artery where this IED was found by the joint forces, and bomb disposal squad is going to neutralize this threat in some time from now.
All right. Thank you very much, Zeenat, our Kashmir Bureau Chief, joining us there with all those details. So as Zeenat is pointing out, another 15 to 20 minutes is as much time as it will take for this area now to be cleared. Now, face-off between Indian and Chinese troops in the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh on Friday led to minor injuries to a few personnel from both sides. Sources told Republic TV that both sides have immediately disengaged from the area. The sources have also told us that on the 9th of December, PLA troops contacted the LAC in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which was contested by the Indian troops with a firm and resolute manner. Pictures on your screen are undated as of now. These are, of course, of the Galwan Valley clash. But what we are given to understand is that in this particular incident, both sides, soldiers suffered minor injuries as they were engaged in a face-off along the line of actual control in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh on the 9th of December. Joining me right now on the broadcast is Major General K.K. Sinha. Also joining us right now is Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Good morning, both of you. Thank you for speaking to us. First to you, Major General K.K. Sinha. Major General Sinha, what do you make of what really happened? Obviously, we're given to understand that these troops did come in from the Chinese PLA. They did come in to quite some distance, and it was, of course, contested by the Indian side. But what's your assessment of what happened?
Good morning, Nipur. The assessment is very simple. We have to understand the Yangtze, the terrain. Yangtze has been a disputed and sensitive area. It is one of those. There are 23 of them in these areas. This is very sensitive. And it has also not happened first time. It is happening. There were major clashes in 2016, which, that time also there was injuries. There was also after Galwan in 2021, also the clash has taken place. Yangtze, we are in a very high dominating positions. We have got Sanghas all along, we have along the McMahon line. What is the Chinese position? They are down below. They are at a place where, we can see if they start from the garrison. And whenever they come, and they come in a huge number. So this time also, the number is not known, but some figure is coming, 200, minimum 200, because they know if they come, because this area is under our domination and observation. So whenever they come, more than equal number is built up from the rear in this area. And this time also it happened. See, what we have to understand, the Chinese have become much more aggressive in this area. In the beginning of the year, they have actually passed a border law and changed 15 names, including in the Yangtze, 8 towns, 4 mountains, 2 rivers, 1 mountain pass. Now, the Chinese is going to be very aggressive. This incident, I don't take it as a standalone and it will die down.
Right.
All along the Arunachal, you are going to see in next campaigning season, the way the things happen. As on today, in this weather, we carry out the op alert. And in Operation Alert, we are actually on ground very, very, you can say we are proactive in this area. So Chinese are rattled. They are in a very, very, weak position in this area. And we have to take advantage. If we have mobilized our mountain strike corps in battle groups, now this is the time is there that any sensitive and disputed area, we have to be very firm and not allow the Chinese to do it. Because mind you, this incident is not going to die down, Nipur. You will see this is going to happen because the whole concentration in the third term of the CJ Peng is going to be, in my judgment, is in Arunachal. They are claiming 90,000 square kilometer, more or less complete, Arunachal. and they are calling it as a South Tibet. They have exchanged a map, in the month of September, just.
Right.
And where they are showing this area, including in the eastern Ladakh. So it should not be taken that, it is just an incident. It is not an incident. It can't be managed by the border. You have to be absolutely a deterrent. You have to do the action, and that exactly the Indian Armed Forces are doing it. You have to deter the Chinese to do any nonsense like this. And they have to give it, not a reply, but they have to give, because we are in that position.
Absolutely. Major General, do stay with us. Also joining us right now is our consulting editor, Major Arya. Major Arya, good morning. Major Arya, obviously, many would say that this is an attempt to keep the pot boiling, so to say. How do you see this? And, there is also the fact of, Major Arya, that there, in the Tawang sector particularly, there is a perception of, differing control lines for both sides. And this is not the first time, they have entered before as well. And both sides do try to keep domination in this particular line of actual control, at least in the Tawang sector. So what do you make of this, and how do you see this going?
See, there are 2-3 things here. First of all, the line of actual control is perceptional. So it is not just a problem of Tawang only. This is a problem everywhere along the 3,500 kilometer line of actual control. That's number one. Number two, I don't think the Chinese came to fight, because this is not how you come to fight. They came exactly for the same reasons that they had come to Doklam and the same reason that they had come to Galwan. The reasons are roughly the same. I mean, the inputs could be different, no doubt. The inputs will always be different. But in the sense that, let's try to scare the Indians, let's try to pass a message, let's try to do a bit of salami slicing. Now, the Indian army has stood firm. It has stood firm everywhere, which has thwarted their plans. But please understand that triggers this time could very well be Xi Jinping's, the ground that he's standing on is very shaky because of the COVID lockdowns. Their economy is taking a beating. And Xi Jinping wants a face saver after Taiwan. We must not forget that the Chinese, they took a beating after Taiwan because they had threatened to blow Nancy Pelosi's plane out of the sky. They said, we'll invade Taiwan. Directly, not through the foreign ministry, or MOFA, as they say, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but through various channels of China. The media houses, they had made very aggressive statements and statements of intent. So this is what has happened. Now, I would like Nupur to take a few questions from the guests, and General Sinha is there. My question goes to General Sinha. Sir, the Chinese have come there, they've been thwarted, sir. And I've been saying all along that they will come again and again. They will not stop, sir, unless they are stopped. They will keep on coming again and again, sir. They came in Sikkim, then in Ladakh, now in Arunachal. It's a matter, it doesn't matter if they are, like you very rightly mentioned, sir, that we are at a dominating height here in this particular area. But they still chose to come. They want to change the geography. Do you think they will also come to Uttarakhand? Do you think they'll also come to Himachal Pradesh, because the line of control extends there also? Do you think down the line, sir, not today or tomorrow, but maybe 2-3 years from now, do you think there'll be stress all around the LAC?
In my mind, in my understanding and a strategic understanding of this area, the Chinese, if anything is going to happen in down the line, maybe next year or 2-3 years, it's going to happen in northern border. You take it; it's going to happen. Not along what you have said. The central sector, Eastern theater, we are dominating. Starting from the north, when we say North Sikkim down to both. There are two, parts of Arunachal. One is coming and rest of Arunachal. And there is a, divide 7 valleys in down below. We are not dominating. We are in a very good position. And there are 23, sensitive and disputed areas in my judgment. Perception, no perception. We have to take these. And we are sitting on it, Gaurav, because you see what is going to happen. The Chinese have got only one place which they can do it. Why I say this? First thing, that is the collusive support when you take, the complete northern border along with the western. What they are going, because CPAC, they are not going to leave it, and the Xi Jinping in the third term is going to do it. They are very, very aggressive in Indo-Pacific. You know what is happening in Sri Lanka, Handbam Tota. They are the way they are building their, so they are making a stage to do something. If Taiwan, gone, whether it is their part, is a part of one China policy, I'm least bothered. But I'm bothered about where the India has to do the things at its own. We are in the position, Gaurav, you take it. We will keep discussing if the God gives us the life. It is going to happen. And in my judgment, it's going to happen in next campaign onwards, aggressive. It may not happen a full-fledged, but it's going to happen. The collusive support, which they want to do it with, because you are talking about the central region also. See, both Limpiadhora, Khalapani and Lipu Lake, in these areas, we have also gone very, very dominating. They are not in the position other than Dam Chowk. Dam Chowk, but we have to keep our battle groups absolutely. And Siachen area, when we are opening up, Chinese have got a problem. And the Chinese will not able to do it, provided the way we are going full hog. You can't say by diplomacy, you will be able to settle this. You can't. You take it, my words. At no way you can settle this with diplomacy. In diplomacy, you can keep...
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, Nupur has a report, sir, after which we'll come back. Over to you, Nupur.
All right. Do stay with us, gentlemen. Now, just for viewers who are joining in, this is what happened. The Indian and the Chinese troops engaged in a face-off in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. We are given to understand it took place on the 9th of December. Now, the face-off is led to injuries to few personnel on both sides. Now, both sides immediately, of course, have disengaged from this area. Here's a detailed report on what really happened.
907 days after the Galwan clashes. Now there are reports of another clash.
This was clearly an attempt by the Chinese to capture a vantage position in the Zhangse area where Indian troops traditionally have better positions. And so a patrol party, which according to sources were about 3 to 5 battalions strong, which is about 300 to 500 troops of the Chinese PLA, came across the LAC and tried to capture that peak at about 17,000 feet. But the alert Indian Army soldiers intercepted them, held them back, and the fisticuffs led to a clash which has resulted in injuries to some as of now.
The Indian Army pushed the Chinese PLA back firmly and resolutely.
The PLA soldiers were making an attempt to get access to the top of 17,000 feet peak. Now, Major, you would understand the geography of the area much better. So it does appear that what we saw in Pangangso also, it appears in this particular case, an attempt was basically made to get a better control. I'm given to understand was completely thwarted. The area is completely under snow. So the entire movement perhaps was far more difficult.
The clashes come for 24 days after Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping exchanged courtesies at G20. They come 47 days after Xi Jinping took on a third term. And it comes at a time when within China, Xi is facing massive protests. Now, if sources are to be believed, it indicates that the number of Chinese soldiers injured is more than that of Indian soldiers. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, Major Arya, I just also wanted to ask you, do you also see this perhaps as an attempt by the Chinese side to reassert themselves? Given the fact that we've also built up our infrastructure in this area was largely neglected by the Indian government for many years, but now we suddenly see a lot of infrastructure coming in. So do you perhaps also see, the Chinese feeling a bit of a threat there?
No, absolutely. I think you're on the button there. This is what exactly is happening. Unfortunately, we lagged behind border infrastructure for decades. Ever since independence, we've just woken up very recently, and then there has been this mad rush to create top-class infrastructure along the border. But the Chinese have been at it for decades. No, it's difficult to play catch-up with the Chinese. Today, they have built up those capacities, those capabilities. all along the border. And yes, of course, when you build a road to Daulat Beg Goldi, when you build a road to Doklam, when you say that today my supplies can get there much faster, 4x, this is going to rattle the Chinese, because in the mountains, and Group Captain Augustine Vinod is there, and he's had decades of experience. He'll bear me out when I say this. War anywhere, more so in the mountains, is logistics heavy. That's how you fight. And the lifeline during some of these things is just the Air Force. Sometimes there is nothing but the Air Force. Without the Air Force, you're nothing. So there are a lot of posts at that height that are, just air supplied, there is nothing that you can do. Men can't go there. You can't have mules going there. You just can't. So you're only dependent upon the Air Force. Nupur, I would like to ask Group Captain Augustine Vinod the question, if that's all right. Sir, my question to you is, sir, let's get a little bit strategic in this entire discussion about the Air Force, sir. What do you think the Air Force has done in the past? If you can tell us anything that is not confidential, but in terms of landing strips, sir, in terms of lift capacities, in terms of things that will help our troops fight, because you're very well aware, sir, you know better than me, that in this terrain, but for the Air Force, it becomes impossible to fight, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gaurav, for this question. In fact, like you're on the money there. I was the first cat's paw of the Eastern High Command, and probably I got the presidential award for writing the war plan for against China in the eastern sector. So open source information is what I'm going to share. And let's look at it this way. 1962. We didn't have a credible Air Force. We had probably the Dakotas, maybe a little bit more, and none of these were used. Today, start from the easternmost area. Start from Chabua. Chabua, we have two huge squadrons of Sukhoi 30. And for the viewers, let me tell you, one Sukhoi 30 carries 8 tons of external loads, which is as much as one full squadron of yesteryear's aircraft carried, like a MiG-21 carried. Let's come to Mohanbari. You have heavy lift helicopters like Gaurav is talking about, Chinooks, Mi-17 V5s. So Tejpur, we have Sukhois. Hashimara, the first Rafale squadron was put in Hashimara. The government full well knows that Pakistan is not a credible and an important enemy. For Rafale squadron has come up. Bagdogra, we have heavy lift helicopters. No. Between all these valleys, right from Lohit to Alini, and this Ralp and Kameng zone, between the valley troop transfer is going to be a piece of cake, and most of the high altitude. And I have walked all these valleys right to Mago, Chuna to Bumla. All this area, some of these areas are even today, maintained by Indian Air Force. But quickly, one point let me cover for the understanding of viewers, because the Indian brain thinks differently and the Chinese brain thinks differently. China, is a brotherless, sisterless society with a Communist Party hegemony. This is the only party in the world which has an army, navy, and the Air Force. It is not it is not the country's army, navy, or Air Force. It is a party's army, navy, or Air Force. Remember, there is no Chacha, Chachi, Taya, Mama, or any such relationship in China, thanks to one China policy. No, while it may have stemmed their runaway population explosion, it has affected them in terms of complete collapse of thought process of peaceful coexistence, which we have. And I'm not even talking about Gaurav Vasudeva Kudumbakam. In fact, Nupur, it has made them a paranoid society. And we can see that the way they are handling not only the COVID situation, the other situations all along the Indian borders as well as in their eastern borders. So government is handling it with a complete paranoia and contempt against their population. It is percolated in their day-to-day thought process, foreign policy, national security directive, etc., etc., etc. So all this, when you put it together, you have they look at everything with jaundiced eyes. One point, Gaurav, about what you're talking about, the infrastructure development. we have, I mean, I part of this, original Nariyal breaking ceremony, the OK SRT road. Earlier we had this Bolipura Chardwar Tawang road. We used to call it the BCT. Now it is this OK SRT right from Guwahati, that is Orang, Kalaktang, Shergaon, Rupa and Tawang. So from Orang to Tawang, we can, move in probably a couple of hours. And another most important thing, Gaurav, is with 200, 300 troops, this dipstick that they have done, they would probably be watching very carefully how Indian Army is moving and reacting, how IAF is moving and reacting. That could also form part of their future, operations, like Major General mentioned. In the next campaigning season, they will probably know how we will react, how we will move. So all this put together, the entire post engagement operations is something we should be carefully watching and covering. And the strategic realm of this engagement, I do not think any channel is talking about. So that is something which we are giving it to our viewers probably to understand, assimilate for the rest of the morning and the afternoon. And I hope we are closely watching how this is going to pan out. I think it will die down because of G20, but keeping my fingers crossed. Over to you.
Sure. Nupur?
Right. In fact, we've got some news that's just coming in. We are now learning that Asaduddin Owaisi, of course, who has raised this issue, has come out and said that I've submitted a notice for an adjournment motion in the Lok Sabha on the clash with Chinese troops. Obviously, the timing of it is extremely interesting. The winter session of Parliament is on, and it is bound to be raised in Parliament. So, Major Arya, what's your take on that part of it? Obviously, we will see opposition parties raise this, and it should be raised like any issue over national security. So in that sense, perhaps are we expecting to see a debate?
Nupur, I have said this before on Republic, and I will say it again. Asaduddin Owaisi has 2.5 members in the Lok Sabha, and this man is on national television every day. I have not seen Nitish Kumar on television every day. He has more than 16 members in the Lok Sabha. This is just Owaisi passing a one-off comment, and I think he's saying I have submitted a notice for adjournment motion in Lok Sabha on the Arunachal Pradesh clash with the Chinese troops. I mean, he has never been north of Uttar Pradesh in his life. I mean, this is a joke. Sure, there should be a debate in Parliament. Absolutely right. But not Owaisi. For God's sake, this man has no exposure, no idea what he's talking about. He's just a wannabe politician who wants to come on the national stage, somehow take advantage of events, give it a communal color and say that, okay, this is what I want.
Right.
Nupur, my request is we have 2 senior veterans, and I think we have so much stuff to talk about, interesting stuff. Absolutely. And I think my request is we should do that rather than talking about the likes of Owaisi.
Absolutely. Yeah. But our job also is to bring news to our viewers, which is unbiased. Yeah. So we will bring out all perspectives from all kinds of people. Yes. Do stay with us. I'm going to quickly dip into Tezpur, and I think we've got Anuruddha joining us from there. Anuruddha, good morning. What are you learning in terms of the numbers that came in? Now, there are varying reports that seem to suggest between 200 to 300. There are some reports that even suggest that 600 of these troops came in. So what can you confirm for us? And also, can you confirm to us the latest position?
Yes, Nupur, as far as the strength of the Chinese army at the border is concerned, we are getting to learn that at least 5 battalions of the Chinese PLA had tried to capture a peak. As per the sources, top sources from the Indian Army have been telling us that at least 200 to close to 300 or 400 soldiers from the Chinese side were engaged. However, the number of strength as far as the number of Indian Army is concerned, it was comparatively very less compared to the numbers of the Chinese PLA, but a befitting reply was given, and the Chinese tried to attack the Indian soldiers with clubs and spikes. Let me also tell you that while patrolling the LAC, carrying of arms and ammunition of any kind is not allowed, but the Chinese have repeatedly used spikes and clubs against the Indian soldiers, whereas Indian soldiers engaged with bare hands, and a befitting reply was given. Nupur.
Right. Right. Thank you very much for that. Do stay with us, Anirudh. Major Arya, you know, obviously we are now learning, as Aniruddha was also pointing out, that there were talks between the two sides, and the situation does seem to have tempered down. But, how do you see this going on? As you know, the two experts, of course, were talking about, we see this perhaps continuing now in the long term as well?
Absolutely, Nupur. I think this is going to continue, and this is a never-ending saga. Where it happens, I cannot say, but definitely it will happen along the line of actual control. China will keep on pushing, and I would like to ask, Group Captain Augustine Vinod is here, and I'd like to ask him and also General Sinha a question. And General Sinha, sir, I'll just request you, sir, because having an Air Force officer here and not asking about air defense, I think that will be sacrilege. So I think I'm going to go ahead and ask Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Sir, AD, sir, please, you know what my question is going to be. What about AD? And then I'm going to ask the same question to Major General K.K. Sinha, sir. Air defense capability there, sir. If push comes to shove, if the balloon goes up, how is our AD effort, sir? You mentioned Sukhois, you mentioned Chinooks, you mentioned the entire array of Air Force weaponry and weapon platform. What about air defense?
Great question. And Gaurav, Nupur, I want to keep it, sort of demystified, a little logical, so that all sections of our viewers can understand the aspect of air defense. Now, air defense has two words to it. One is air and one is defense. So air defense is defensive in nature. That we need to understand. What does air defense do? It defends our vital areas and vital points, from enemy attack. What could this enemy attack start from? It could be an aerial attack with an aeroplane, or it could be a missile attack from surface to surface missiles. Now, the air defense has to cater to both of these. So for enemy aerial attack, we have our aeroplanes, and on the opposing side, we have a duplicate, aka Chinese aeroplanes, taking off from very high altitudes, which after 10 o'clock, those aeroplanes are useless because they're taking off from 10,000 feet and above, and they have only 3 major airfields right across the entire line, starting from Sikkim right down to Chabua, Mohanbari region, as opposed to some 17, 18 air bases that we have on this side, with state-of-the-art weapons, starting with Rafale. Rafale has a missile which we can take off from Hashimara, Bagdogra, that region, fire into the enemy without even crossing the line of control, and he will fall where he took off from. So that is the kind of range we have as far as air defense weapons are concerned, air to air. Now let's talk about surface to air. Now surface to air missiles can take out the air to air aeroplane, that is the aeroplanes which are coming in, and also the surface to surface missiles which are coming in. So we have, the most feared S-300. Now S-300, even Chinese have, but Chinese have S-300 in the small little valley which has a lot of radar holes, which means he cannot see us going to attack, whereas we can see, like Major General covered, we can see them coming the moment they come to the ridge, because everything is now downwards. So it is going to be a turkey shoot, and I'm saying with all responsibility that it will be a turkey shoot for our air defense elements. Now, our viewers need to understand our air defense elements as both services involved. We have air defense provided by Indian Air Force, predominantly by the aeroplanes, but we have air defense provided by Indian Army. Viewers, please understand, we have another separate arm in the Indian Army called air defense. Air defense is such an important aspect as far as Indian armed forces is concerned. So air defense all along our BAVPs fast in terms of surface to air missiles, and a good surface to air missile numbers has been deployed all along this area. If we want, we don't have extraterritorial ambitions enshrined in our constitution, whereas they have. the hegemonistic elbow room policy in their thought process, in Chinese thought process. But I mean, I'm just taking an hypothetical scenario. Suppose we want to annex Tibet right up to Lhasa, may not be beyond. We can do so with ease for simple reason that we are Himalayas and, Shivji is protecting us. This side, we have an exceptional weapon. And that side, they don't have enough weapon and enough infrastructure because naturally they are devoid of it. I want to also tell you one more thing. Gaurav, General, of course, sir, we discussed about it. During 62, Chinese came right down to Tejpur. Not many people are aware, the general population. But they did not stay. They pulled back. Why? Because their logistic line cannot sustain them this side of the ridge. And this is the season where everything closes. All these 300 who would have come here, agar ye yahan ruk gaye hote Nupur, they would have either starved to death or become the 93,000 POWs like the POWs we had from East Pakistan.
Absolutely, and that obviously, as you're pointing out, is a major point of concern. Do stay with us, Major General, as well as our Group Captain Vinod. We'll be back with you, both of you, shortly. You are watching Republic TV, and we are, of course, continuing with the breaking news that we've been covering since yesterday about the clash that took place in the Tawang sector. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more news, including
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Welcome back. You are with Republic TV. Now, MYK Laticret has planned an extensive integrated marketing campaign featuring MS Dhoni as the face on multiple channel endorsements. Here's more.
We have about 5 factories, 23 warehouses and about 1,000 employees working for us. And we spread across the country, be it in Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala, Calcutta or Mumbai. So we have a network of 25,000 plus channel partners, and we're happy that we are expanding with every day.
MYK and the Laticret Group together have taken a step further to make tile and stone installations stronger, more sustainable and even artistic.
Our culture are the most important element in MYK Laticret. And we think MS Dhoni resonates our values. And also, MS Dhoni, we wanted a pan-India face which can appeal to our entire target customers, be it an end consumer, our trader, our masons, and we think MS Dhoni is the right fit for us.
MYK Laticret creates a wide range of adhesives, grouts and stone care products, which has given architects and designers the freedom to think creatively and push the limits of their architectural design.
Watching Republic TV, and on the other side, minor injuries to a few personnel are reported in a clash between the Indian Army and the Chinese PLA in the Tawang sector.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा. अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported.
A face-off between the Indian and the Chinese troops in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh on Friday led to minor injuries to a few personnel from both sides. Sources said that both sides immediately disengaged from the area. The sources further said that on the 9th of December, PLA troops contacted the LAC in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which was contested by Indian troops in a firm and resolute manner. As a follow-up on the incident of clashes between Indian and Chinese troops, India's commander in the area held a flag meeting with his counterpart to discuss the issue in accordance to the structured mechanisms to restore peace and tranquility. You are watching the Morning Express, and still to come on Republic TV. China came in with 5 battalions, but the Indian Army stood their ground and thwarted their attempts.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as Sources on the 9th of December, PLA troops contacted the LAC in Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which was contested by Indian troops in a firm and resolute manner. This face-off led to minor injuries to a few personnel from both sides. Sources further have said that both sides immediately disengaged from the area during the time. The Indian troops in the area of the face-off in Tawang gave a befitting reply to the Chinese troops. According to sources, the number of Chinese soldiers injured is more than that of the Indian soldiers. The Chinese had come heavily prepared and around 300 soldiers, but didn't expect the Indian side to be well prepared.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Mulganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. I'm Rukma with you, and over the next few minutes I'll be taking you through the top stories making headlines across India and the world, talking about the latest provocation by China. What does China want? And also all the other top stories, both at the national level as well as from across the world. But first, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Doklam, Galwan and now Tawang. China provokes India in Arunachal Pradesh now. Indian and Chinese troops clash along the line of actual control on the 9th of December. China came with 5 battalions, but Indian Army stood its ground resolutely, thwarted their attempts. Minor injuries to few personnel in clash. Sources suggest injured soldiers being shifted to Guwahati. Forces fight back on the border, but Owaisi politicizes national security, attacks Prime Minister over Tawang. And Tawang to stay the heated debate in Parliament as Congress and other parties say they will be raising the matter in the House. After the massive row over Congress Neta's Kill Modi remark, now Raja Pateria arrested. A face-off between Indian and Chinese troops in the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh on Friday led to minor injuries to a few personnel from both sides, sources said on Monday, and noted that both sides immediately disengaged from the area. Sources also said that on the 9th of December this year, PLA troops contacted the LAC in the Tawang sector of Arunachal, which was contested by Indian troops in a firm and resolute manner.
907 days after the Galwan clashes. Now there are reports of another clash.
This was clearly an attempt by the Chinese to capture a vantage position in the Zhangse area where Indian troops traditionally have better positions. And so a patrol party, which according to sources were about 3 to 5 battalions strong, which is about 300 to 500 troops of the Chinese PLA, came crossed the LAC and tried to capture that peak at about 17,000 feet. But the alert Indian Army soldiers intercepted them, held them back, and the fisticuffs led to a clash which has resulted in injuries to some as of now.
The Indian Army pushed the Chinese PLA back firmly and resolutely.
The PLA soldiers were making an attempt to get access to the top of 17,000 feet peak. Now, Major, you would understand the geography of the area much better. So it does appear that what we saw in Pangangso also, it appears in this particular case, an attempt was basically made to get a better control. I'm given to understand was completely thwarted. The area is completely under snow. So the entire movement perhaps was far more difficult.
The clashes come for 24 days after Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping exchanged courtesies at G20. They come 47 days after Xi Jinping took on a third term. And it comes at a time when within China, Xi is facing massive protests. Now, if sources are to be believed, it indicates that the number of Chinese soldiers injured is more than that of Indian soldiers. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in now. Since 2017, China has been attempting to enter the line of actual control and attack Indian troops. But now, well, within our borders, within India now, we are seeing that there is a move by the opposition to politicize the Tawang face-off between India and China. Congress MPs are set to move. They are saying a motion in Parliament. It is the Tawang debate that is likely to dominate in Parliament today. Already the Congress MPs say they are to move a motion in Parliament regarding this. Let's go across to my colleague Samiksha in the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, it's over to you. Take us through all that we are likely to see. How is the day likely to pan out? We believe that it's the Tawang debate that will dominate in the House today.
Well, that's right, Rukma. So the India-China clashes will, of course, echo in the Parliament today. And after AIMIM, it's the Congress that has moved the adjournment motion in the Parliament. Just reading out the operative part of this adjournment motion that has been moved by Congress MP Manish Tiwari, where he says, I hereby give notice of my intention to ask for leave to move a motion for the adjournment of the business of the House for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent importance, which is the clashes which happened in Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh. This House do suspend 0 hour and relevant issues relating to question hour and other businesses of the day to have a discussion. I wish to draw the attention of the government to the grave border situation with China emerging from the discussion, I wish, from the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh. These clashes took place along the LAC near a point called the Yangtze in eastern Tawang. At least 6 of our soldiers have been reportedly injured and taken to Guwahati for treatment. There are also concerns about major gaps in military deployment in certain border areas of Arunachal Pradesh. So there you have the Congress, questioning our Jawans. Clearly he stated that there are concerns. He's raised questions about the military deployment in these border areas, especially in the border areas of Arunachal Pradesh. He further goes on to say that these clashes are in addition to what has been happening in eastern Ladakh, where despite multiple rounds of talks, 16 in total till the 30th of November, China has vehemently refused to vacate areas it reportedly occupied after the major clash of the Galwan clashes, which he's referring to here. The crisis in such areas remain unresolved. So yes, this is what the Congress MP Manish Tiwari has said. Also remember, India has of course given a very sharp response to the kind of aggression we've seen in Tawang sector. But yes, the issue will reverberate in the Parliament today. Situation, of course, remains vulnerable at the border areas. But let's not forget, over 300 Chinese troops were involved in these clashes. This aggression that we've seen in the Tawang sector, which of course triggered a very harsh response from the Indian side. Of course, the Chinese troops, Rukma, tried to violate the line of actual control in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh.
And so as many questions arise, I have with me, joining me is Major Gaurav Arya, an expert on the matter. And well, Gaurav, it's over to you to take us through this conversation so that our viewers can understand this entire situation, what it means and what is the way ahead. Over to you, Gaurav. Major Gaurav.
Thank you very much, Rukma. First of all, our colleague from Mumbai was talking about Mr. Manish Tiwari's letter, which says that there are major gaps in deployment. I don't know what Manish Tiwari understands about military deployment, but I'm sure he has his reasons for writing what he has written. Or if he's been to Arunachal, if he's been on ground, if he knows, what he knows, because he's written major gaps in military deployment. Now, this is a big, point that he's trying to make here. He's trying to say that the military, which is involved in deploying, so it is the generals there. It is the Eastern Command and operations MO and everybody else who will decide at a broader level how the troops have to be placed and where. So he questions the entire structure of the army, says that, there are certain gaps. Now, maybe Manish Tiwari can teach the Indian army how to deploy troops along the line of actual control. And I'm sure the army will be grateful for gems coming from Mr. Tiwari's table. Now, we have Major General Katoch, and with your permission, I'd like to ask him a question, please. Jen, sir, this is Gaurav here. And, sir, my question to you is, sir, whatever has happened, there's a long line, sir. Doklam, then there is Galwan, now there is Tawang, sir. Where is it going, sir? Where do you see this going 3, 4, 5 years from now? Do you see the Chinese pushing till the time we really, really push back? Because till now, our posture has been largely defensive. I'm sure you agree, sir, that our posture has been largely defensive, sir.
Thank you, Gaurav. It's always a pleasure to be with you, on any show which you have. Now, on this particular issue, I have got absolutely no doubts that over the long term, the Chinese aim is very, very clear. It is to get control over the complete Himalayan range. Now, the point why I say this is, why do they want control over the Himalayan range? Is simple. Once you've got control over the range, you control the waters which flow downwards, which flow southwards from there. And if you control the water, then you control the countries which are dependent on that water. Which is why Mao's famous statement that Tibet being the palm and the 5 fingers, and if you take those 5 fingers, that covers the entire Himalayan ridgeline. So at some point of time, not at some point of time, I'll rephrase that. When China feels strong enough to do so, they will attempt to take this area. So Chinese intentions will always remain hostile regardless of what we do. So the only way to keep the Chinese at bay, in my view, is to be, 1, economically strong, and number 2, to be militarily strong. And if you are militarily strong, the Chinese will not venture on any misadventure in this particular area. But if they perceive a weakness, if they perceive they can get away with it, then I'm afraid we are going to go in for a conflict, and that will be the next war. Gaurav.
Sir, I'd also like to ask you, you spoke about the Himalayan range and you said how the Chinese are, pressurizing, they want to take over the Himalayan ranges, which is something that everybody agrees, sir. All military strategists would go with you saying that, yes, that is their aim. I just want to throw this back in the air and ask you one more question, sir, a bit of crystal gazing, if you will. Do you think it is okay to release the stress along the Himalayas by carrying out aggressive maneuvers in the ocean, sir? Because that is where China is most sensitive, sir. South China Sea, sir. Our part of the Indian Ocean. Chinese trade routes, sir.
Yes, Gaurav, I'm totally with you there, because if we are looking at a conflict this time with China, if China provokes India to a conflict, I think it is not going to be confined simply to the land. This time the air forces will get very actively engaged, and so will the naval forces. So it is, if you are looking at war, it is not going to be restricted to the Himalayas. It'll go on to space, and it'll also go on to the oceans. I think if India leverages its power both in the air and in the sea, so long as the Chinese feel that the Indians have the edge in these 2 areas, they will not go for a misadventure. Militarily, as far as the army is concerned, we are very well deployed, regardless of what statements have been made by certain political leaders. Because I have commanded this particular division, and I know that as far as the deployment is concerned, there is no way in which any intruder can come in and hope to survive. So to that extent, I think any misapprehension which has been caused by that statement, I would like to make it clear to all the viewers of the Republic channel that please don't worry about the border. The Indian Army is there, and we will ensure that nothing goes wrong. Gaurav.
Sir, my other question to you is, sir, that you said that you've commanded this division here, and I'm sure you are aware of the lay of the land like the back of your hand, sir. Why are the Chinese attempting an incursion or trying to show that they are trying to intrude in this sector, sir? What could be? Is it signaling to the Indians? Because in Doklam, they did not come to fight, sir. Even in Galwan, they did not come to fight. And here, sir, in peak winters, terrible terrible temperatures, sir. 17,000 feet, snow cap, high altitude, problems of breathing, problems of movement, problems of supply. What are the Chinese thinking? Because this is not campaign season, sir. I mean, for that region of Tawang, certainly, high altitude, this is the worst time anybody could want to go to Tawang. So what are the Chinese trying there, sir?
Gaurav, very frankly, I don't think what has happened in the Tawang sector has been started by the political leadership in Beijing. So I don't think this would have been something which has been ordered by Xi Jinping. I think this is a local it is an initiative of the local commander there, and I will give you the reason why. When you look at the Tawang sector, from the Tri Junction up to the place where this incident had taken place is a distance of about 35 to 40 kilometers from the Tri Junction to Yangtze. When you go further east, it is a totally glaciated area which has no troops from either side. It is very difficult to move in those areas. You require a mountaineering expedition when you go further east. Now, Yangtze is the last point where we have physical deployment of troops. The Indian Army moved in there in the 80s, if you recollect. So what the Chinese, I think, are now trying to do is also to get, because when we occupied that peak, then the Chinese moved in subsequently to the lower heights. I think they're also trying to say, okay, can we also take a height the way the Indian Army took the heights in 86? So that could be one of the aims of the local commander. But every time they, even when they have been patrolling in those areas, the Indian Army patrol always goes and accosts them. They meet and then both sides go back. So for them to even think that they can actually come and build a post there, I think boggles the imagination. The local commander has gone horribly wrong. I think he's going to face the music and the consequences of what he has done. But I think as of now, as both the sides have pulled back, I don't visualize any further trouble in the Tawang sector, though it could take place in other parts of Arunachal. Gaurav.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. We have Wing Commander Bakshi with us. I'd request if Wing Commander Bakshi could be, shown on the screen. Wing Commander Bakshi, sir, Jai Hind, this is Gaurav, sir. My question to you is, sir, if push comes to shove, sir, and we hope that the balloon does not go up, but if it does, sir, how is the Air Force
raise your
in that
volume?
sector?
I cannot hear you.
I cannot hear you. We'll just fix
raise your volume?
We'll just fix your audio, sir.
Please raise the volume.
I'll go to general. I'll go to general. We'll just fix your audio, sir. I'll go to General Katosh now, sir, till they're fixing Wing Commander Bakshi's audio. Sir, we're talking about logistics. They say that, for the attackers, 9:1 ratio in the mountains, release points. We have studied all that, sir, as young officers. My question here is very simple, sir. What kind of logistical hurdles would the Indian Army be facing? And what kind of logistical problems would the Chinese be facing? I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole issue of, sir, Tawang, area Yangtze River, taking 300 men and trying to get to the top of a 17,000-foot peak in an attempt to occupy it. Please explain, sir, the logistics behind it.
Gaurav, as far as this particular incident is concerned, I think, the way we had occupied Yangtze in the 80s, the Chinese were thinking now that they can occupy a peak, and then finders keepers, that becomes a new line. Now, every time they have tried to do something like that earlier, our patrols have stopped them. As far as the logistics is concerned, in the Yangtze area, when we go back about 15-20 years, I would say about 15 years, there was no road link up to those areas. So the logistics had to be man-packed and taken up. It was very difficult for the troops, but the Indian Army has handled that well. Now, of course, the communication structure is better, and we have got tracks which lead up to that area, and it is better supplied. From the Chinese side, movement is much easier than from the Indian side. That is one thing which we need to accept. So if it comes to a conflict, they are in a better position really to manage their logistics. And it is for the Indian side, the lie of the mountains is more difficult. But on the other side, any deployment which the Chinese do in their area, especially with respect to artillery, will be visible to the Indian forces because it will be done on the plains areas. And they can be very easily taken on by the air. So criticality really will be that if for any Chinese potential offensive, the artillery guns will have to be deployed in forward positions. They will be visible and the Indian Air Force can actually very easily take them off, or they can even be taken off by missiles. So it is not going to be, as far as conflict here is concerned, I think there are multiple challenges for the Chinese, and the Indian forces are well geared to it, especially both the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. So I don't think there is any concern there. All that the Chinese will try to do is land grab the way they have tried this now. Gaurav.
Sir, we'll just go very quickly to Rukma, sir. She has a breaking, and then we'll come back to you. Please stay with us, sir. And then we'll come back to you. Please stay with us.
Right, we will continue this conversation on this latest provocation on the part of China, the India-China Tawang clash. And in the midst of the clash, even which took place on the 9th of December, Union Minister Rajnath Singh is set to make a statement. Even as the opposition is making statements that it will be asking questions of the government. Major Gaurav, it's back to you once again to continue this conversation and, well, the many implications, the questions that arise, that are arising in our minds with this latest provocation by China. Over to you, Major Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rukma. But, I'd like to make a comment before I go to Commander Bakshi. And I think what has happened over a period of time that China has taken for granted that they can do brinksmanship and India will respond in a calibrated manner. It happened in Doklam first, as I said before, then it happened in Galwan, now it's happening in Tawang. And it's not going to stop here. Everybody says that. I mean, I have very respected and senior veterans sitting across, and they will tell you that this is unlikely to stop. I'll go to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Jain, sir. And my question to you is, sir, regarding the Air Force, sir. Earlier we had Group Captain Augustine Vinod telling us about the air effort in that area. I'd like to ask you, sir, how's the Air Force placed in that area, especially with respect to logistics and supply? Because I'm sure, sir, General Katosh will bear me out. There are many posts that are air maintained, sir, because of the winter. You can't get to them. You can't get mules there. You can't get, soldiers walk. These are air maintained posts, sir.
You, Gaurav, you are absolutely right.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. We have to go. There is a breaking from Kiran Rijiju. Rukma, can you take that, please?
तो इसको लेकर के कुछ बातें इसलिए बताना चाहता हूं कि लोग भूल जाते हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जितने काम हुए हैं, मैं चाहता है कि इसको ना भूले, बल्कि और चर्चा करके आगे ले जाना चाहिए। कुछ पॉलिटिकल इशू होते हैं, विवादित होते हैं, उसमें अपना अपना मत होता है, लेकिन जब अपना पहचान धरोहर का बात करते हैं, अपने इतिहास, अपने प्राचीन इतिहास का जब बात करते हैं, तो उसमें तो कोई विरोधाभास होने का संभव नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं आपको सबसे पहले तो ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि पहली बार हमको ऐसा महसूस हो रहा है कि भारत सॉफ्ट पावर के रूप में भी बहुत ताकतवर राष्ट्र के रूप में उभर के आया है। हार्ड पावर का तो मैं जिक्र नहीं करूँगा अभी। हार्ड पावर में आप जानते ही हैं, मिलिट्री पावर होते हैं, बहुत चीज़ें होते हैं, लेकिन जब सॉफ्ट पावर का बात करते हैं तो हमारा पहचान, खास करके जो हमारा कल्चर, भारत का सॉफ्ट इमेज, ये आज के रूप में एक चरम पर है। क्योंकि आज के दिन में प्रधानमंत्री ही नहीं, हम भी किसी भी राष्ट्र में, किसी भी देश में जाते हैं तो भारत से आया है ये बताने से ही लोग बहुत ही इज्जत भाव से हमको देखते हैं और बात करते हैं। ये हम सब महसूस करते हैं। एक आम भारतीय भी जब आज भारत से बाहर जाते हैं यही महसूस करते हैं। इसका कारण ये है कि जो हमारा भारत का इतिहास है उसको सामने में लाया है। दूसरी बात, भारत एकजुट हो गया है। एकजुट, एक सूत्र में बांटने का जो कार्य किए हैं, इसके वजह से भारत एकजुट है। और भारत एकजुट है तो ये तो साधारण सी बात है, जब एकजुट होता है तो ताकतवर बन जाता है। वो अंग्रेजी में भी कहते हैं ना, यूनाइटेड वी स्टैंड, डिवाइडेड वी फॉल। उसी में मैं 2-4 पॉइंट्स आपके सामने में रखना चाहता हूँ। सबसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो कल्पना है, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के तहत पूरे भारत को एकजुट, एक सूत्र में बांधने का जो काम किए हैं, उसमें प्रमुख रूप से मैं जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से आता हूँ, ये माना जाता है कि कृष्ण भगवान, उनका स्वयंवर हुआ, शादी हुआ था रुक्मिणी के साथ, और रुक्मिणी को माना जाता है बिस्मक नगर अरुणाचल प्रदेश में है। तो ये तो हम लोग लेख में पढ़ते रहते थे, लेकिन उसको जमीन पे उतारने का काम किया है मोदी जी ने। अब आपको मालूम होगा, हर साल अरुणाचल प्रदेश से बारात जाते हैं। वो जो स्वयंवर होते हैं माधवपुर गेर, द्वारका में, गुजरात, तो एक्सट्रीम ईस्ट जहाँ से सूर्य उदय होता है अरुणाचल प्रदेश, और जहाँ सनसेट होता है, सूर्यास्त होते हैं, गुजरात। तो इसका थीम को समझिए। आज अरुणाचल प्रदेश के बारे में अगर कोई कुछ कहेगा तो ये सीधा सीधा आता है कि ये तो प्राचीन काल से भारत के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। तो अरुणाचल प्रदेश अभी भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है, नाम बाद में बना रखा हो, लेकिन प्राचीन काल से भारत का अभिन्न अंग रहा है। तो ये चीज को प्रधानमंत्री ने कितने सुंदर से दर्शाया है कि पूर्वोत्तर के लोग और अरुणाचल के साथ साथ जितने भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टेट्स का मुख्यमंत्री और गवर्नर हर साल माधवपुर गेर जाता है। पोरबंदर से पास में है, आप लोग को मालूम होगा। और मैं जब गया तो माधवपुर गेर में लोग खुले दिल से स्वागत किया हमारे लोगों को कि ये अरुणाचल प्रदेश से भारत आया है। पूर्व भारत, उत्तर पूर्व भारत से बारात आया है, ऐसा करके स्वागत किया। तो इसका महत्व इतना ज़्यादा है। तो इस तरीके से जैसे अभी काशी और तमिल संगम जो बनारस में चल रहा है, तमिलनाडु के अंदर में कुछ लोग ऐसे चीज़ करते हैं जिससे वो नॉर्थ इंडिया से दूर महसूस करें, जबकि तमिलनाडु, तमिल कल्चर और काशी वाराणसी का जो संबंध है वो प्राचीन है। तो इसको मोदी जी ने कितने खूबसूरत से इसको दर्शाया है। इसी प्रकार अलग अलग कई चीज़ें जो हुए हैं पूरे भारत को एक सूत्र में बांधने के लिए, जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का अभियान चलाया है, उसमें कई सूत्र है। मैं डिटेल में अभी नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा। चाहे वो एक स्टेट से दूसरे स्टेट के बीच में कल्चरल एक्सचेंज का प्रोग्राम हो, एक स्टेट का पुलिस फोर्स दूसरे स्टेट का पुलिस फोर्स से आदान प्रदान हो, यूथ एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम होते हैं। तो इस तरह के कई सारा कार्यक्रम लगातार ये कंटिन्यूस चल रहा है। इसलिए मैं मानता हूँ कि बाकी कार्यक्रम के अलावा एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, भारत को एक जोड़ने का, जो हमारे प्राचीन सांस्कृतिक मूल को एक सूत्र में बांधने का जो काम किया है, ये उभर के आया है। दूसरा, जैसे कि हमारे पास बुद्ध भगवान है, भारत ने बुद्ध को दुनिया को दिया है, लेकिन ये बात हम छाती ठोक के कभी कहते नहीं हैं। आज पूरे के पूरे दक्षिण एशिया, श्रीलंका से लेकर के बर्मा से, म्यांमार से लेकर के थाईलैंड, इंडोनेशिया का जो ऊपर भाग जितने भी है, जैसे कंबोडिया है, लाओस है, वियतनाम है, वहाँ से कोरिया, जापान, चीन, मंगोलिया, रशिया, खालमोखिया तक, और वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में बुद्धिज़्म का इतना बड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस है, तो फिर से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने महापरिनिर्वाण दिवस, जो बुद्ध का जयंती, उनका महापरिनिर्वाण और उसका संबोधि प्राप्ति, तीनों दिवस को एक साथ बुद्ध पूर्णिमा के रूप में, और यूनाइटेड नेशन में उसको वैशाख पूर्णिमा के नाम से उसको पहचान दिया है। उसको ऑफिशियली 2014 के बाद पहली बार मेरे चेयरमैनशिप में सेलिब्रेशन हुआ था। अभी संस्कृति मंत्रालय उसको देखते हैं, तो पहली बार भारत सरकार ने इसको लीड रोल लिया और बौद्ध धर्म के सिर्फ लोगों को नहीं, पूरा दुनिया को समझने का काम किया है, और इसका लीड भारत सरकार लेते हैं। फिर इसका जैसे अवशेषों को लेकर के मंगोलिया जाना, या हम नेपाल में कपिलवस्तु में इतना भव्य बौद्ध का वहाँ संग्रहालय बनाने का काम हो, या श्रीलंका से अवशेषों को यहाँ देश में लाना, कई चीज़ें हुए हैं जो सॉफ्ट पावर को दर्शाता है, भारत का सॉफ्ट पावर को दुनिया के सामने में लाया है। फिर बौद्ध का जो अनुयायियों को यहाँ सुविधा देने के लिए बुद्ध सर्किट बनाया है। तो बुद्ध सर्किट में आप सब मालूम है, इसमें ट्रेन का ये नया रूट खोला है, हाईवेज बनाया है, कुशीनगर में इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बनाया है। इस प्रकार से कई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया गया है, और हिमालय के क्षेत्र में जितना बुद्धिस्ट बेल्ट है उसको अपग्रेड कराया गया है। फिर डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब भीमराव अंबेडकर का जयंती में जो कार्यक्रम हमने चलाया है, लंदन में जहां अंबेडकर जी रहते थे, वकालत करते समय बैरिस्टर कर रहे थे, उस घर को खरीद लिया है, खरीद के उसको संग्रहालय बनाया है, म्यूजियम बनाया है। तो इस तरह का जो काम हुए हैं उसको हम भूलना नहीं चाहिए। तीसरा, यूनेस्को का 13 यूनेस्को साइट्स जो अभी इमीडिएटली पिछले 4-5 साल में जो डिक्लेरेशन हुआ है, उसको उस हिसाब से वो वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज बन जाएगा। और अभी दुनिया हमारे और देखते कि भारत का इतना प्राचीन काल से इतना प्रोग्रेसिव थे, हम इतना विकसित थे, खास करके सांस्कृतिक मामले में। फिर आप देखिए आदिवासियों को, मैं पहला लॉ मिनिस्टर हूं इस देश का जो ट्राइबल है। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर इस देश का पहला लॉ मिनिस्टर बने, वो सब जानते हैं वो कितना बड़ा ज्ञानी थे। वो हमारे संविधान का आर्किटेक्ट है, और वो अनुसूचित जाति से बिलोंग करते हैं। तो 75 साल बाद फिर एक ट्राइबल लॉ मिनिस्टर बना। तो इसके पीछे आप देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी का सोच को। उसी संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आदिवासियों का कंट्रीब्यूशन इस देश में और आज़ादी की लड़ाई में, लेकिन कभी ऑफिशियली रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिला। तो पहली बार भगवान बिरसा मुंडा का जन्मदिन को आदिवासी के नाम से जनजाति गौरव दिवस के रूप में मनाया गया है, और उसमें सारे ट्राइबल फ्रीडम फाइटर्स को रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया है। अपने अपने राज्यों में जितना आदिवासी जो हमारे ट्राइबल फ्रीडम फाइटर्स हैं उनको जगह दिया गया है। तो इस प्रकार से जो काम हुआ है, उसके अलावा राम मंदिर का निर्माण जिस हिसाब से चल रहा है, काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर जो बना है, 4 धाम जो बने हैं, कई ऐसे चीज बनाए जो पहले कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते थे कि इतना हमारा कल्चरल रिवाइवल होगा।
Welcome back. We have 2 senior veterans, and we have General Katoch here and Wing Commander Bakshi sir. I've already spoken to General Katoch sir. I'll request you to kindly wait for a few minutes, sir, while I go to Wing Commander Bakshi. Sir, Wing Commander Bakshi sir, Jai Hind. This is Gaurav here. So my question to you is, sir, regarding the air efforts in this area and regarding logistics. Now, I'm sure a lot of posts, because Tawang being Tawang, sir, and an extremely difficult terrain to operate in, there are posts that are air maintained, sir, during winters. There is hardly any access to some of the posts there. In fact, many of the posts in extreme high altitude will be such posts where, air is required to maintain those posts, arms, ammunition, food, etc., sir. How does the Air Force does it? Because we only see infantry on the screens, sir. Largely the public sees infantry. Air Force is always hidden from the cameras, from the media glare. But many of our viewers do not know that Air Force plays a very, very critical role, sir, so that the army can keep fighting. Can you elaborate on that, sir?
Thank you, Gaurav. You're very right. In Northeast, Air Force is maintaining a regular maintenance of the far-flung army posts, which probably they take days and weeks to reach. I've been seeing from 1960s onwards the way air maintenance have been taking place. And not only this, air maintenance, not only for the army, but even the tribals have been carried by the Indian Air Force aircraft, as per the arrangement between the government of both the state and the Indian government. And I've seen tribal chiefs carrying their pigs and their spears also in the aircraft. That's besides. The air maintenance will continue. Why? Because the ground logistics, what is on Chinese side is not on Indian side. And probably we were not even aware of this threat. Bandung conference had misled us, and we were quite unaware of Chinese intention. That's besides. But question sum total is that we got left behind on the road logistics when our army had to be maintained by air. Okay. But but you must know that our Air Force was fully prepared always. I'm talking the fighter and the ground attack fighters. They were fully prepared right from 62 onwards. Every target was in the sight, except until now, even now, at the drop of the hat, the Chinese post will be blasted off if required. There is no doubt about it. The Air Force will just carry on within minutes. But the question is, you don't win the war until and unless your army boots are on the ground. That is most required. So that is the question, that how efficiently you bring your army forward into those far-flung places to even occupy. Army will continue, there is no doubt about it. Excellently they fight. But the question is, they have to be maintained. Air Force is carrying out the air maintenance. Now we have started building up runways, more helipads are coming up. Of course, we don't compare ourselves with China, but China has railway stations coming up. That's different. But question is, this aspect has caught up for the last 7 to 8 years. We have accelerated our work. The present government is carrying out relentlessly, but we have to catch a lot of lost time. That is what
absolutely,
is required.
Sir.
But
yes,
air maintenance will continue, and you're very right. The heavy airlift equipment is now also being carried. We have C-130 Hercules, the Globemasters, the Chinooks. Now they will carry out not only the air supply, but even the military supply, induction of tanks, induction of guns.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. We have General Katoch with us, and if I may please go to General Katoch. Sir, the breaking is that General Manoj Pandey and NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, they're at the residence of the Defence Minister. And the Defence Minister is being briefed on the standoff, etc. So all this is happening now, sir. I want to take this conversation away from a little bit and focus on the air defence effort, sir. Since you've been the Div Commander there, the air defence effort. Now, you've already told us that we are occupying the commanding heights, sir. The Indian Army occupies the heights and China is below. Does it make that easier for the Chinese aircraft to take off, sir? Because they're at a lower altitude. And if so, how does that help us? How does that impact our air defence, sir? Because you just said some time back that, we are at a height and they are much, much lower, sir. Maybe in the plateau area or in the plains.
Gaurav, let me correct that. The Chinese also are occupying the hill positions, you see, but when you just go beyond that is the plateau. The plateau is also at about 16 to 17,000 feet. So that is one of the disadvantages which the Chinese have, because the airfields have to operate from very high altitudes, whereas the Indian airfields operate from sea level. So the load carrying capacity of our fighter aircraft and transport aircraft is far greater than what the Chinese can build up. That is one. The second point which I would like to make out is that in the event of a conflict, I don't think the fighting is going to be restricted simply onto the mountain ranges. The battle will take place deep inside Tibet. So that is where the criticality of the Indian Air Force will come in to take targets well in depth, 100 to 200 kilometers in depth inside Tibet. We are going well beyond Lhasa. So all the Chinese logistical structures, bridges, etc., en route, the artillery gun positions, logistic supply depots, everything will be targeted. It'll be no holds barred. So I think, and it's very difficult for the Chinese to conceal all those areas. Whereas from the Indian side, because we are in the mountains, we are in a better position to carry out this concealment. This is number two. The third point which I wish to make is as far as the communication infrastructure is concerned, because I have served for many years in these areas. One thing I would like to positively state: since 2014, the amount of stress which is being built, which has been given to get the roads right up to the LAC has been phenomenal. It is still a work, it is an ongoing work, but this is the first time when for the last 7 to 8 years, a tremendous push has been given. And I think within the next 5 to 6 years, we will be at par with the Chinese as far as communication, road communications leading up to the LAC is concerned. Gaurav.
Thank you, sir. Please stay with us. Please don't go, sir.
You're watching Republic TV. High-level meeting undergoes at the residence of Rajnath Singh, CDS Army Chief and NSA Ajit Doval, all present in the high-level meeting. Stay tuned with Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break because high-level meeting continues at the residence of Rajnath Singh. Stay tuned with us.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
હું ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate.
All right, thanks for staying tuned with us. We have guests Major General Katoch as well as Wing Commander Praful Bakshi and Major Gaurav Arya. Major Gaurav Arya, if you can help us understand the Chinese strategy better here, because there's clearly a deeper plan here, a nefarious design, because they clearly wanted to uproot that Indian post at the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh.
No, you see, like, General Katoch has already mentioned, the issue is not that this is a sanctioned hit by the Chinese leadership. He's made that very clear. This could be one local commander getting adventurous. We don't know. Time will tell. I think the analysis that the general has made is a very logical analysis. But let's see how this goes forward. The Chinese have been doing it. They've done it for this very peak in the past also. Few years back, they were at it. They failed. They have again come here. And this is going to continue along the line of actual control. My analysis is this is not ending anytime soon. I remember I was on TV when I said about this Doklam thing that it's going to happen again. It happened in Galwan. I said it will happen again. And now it's happened in Tawang. Now today again I'm saying for the third time it's going to happen again and again. It will keep on happening. You see, this is not going to stop anytime soon.
Well, absolutely. Major Gaurav Arya, stay with us as well as guests, Major General Katoch and Wing Commander Bakshi. We'll slip into a very short break, but as we speak, there is a meet that is being chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Thanks for staying tuned. So, of course, a host of developments there. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is currently chairing a meet. We have Ajit Doval, who's also there at this meet, which is being chaired by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. In fact, Rajnath Singh is also expected to speak in the Parliament, as the issue will reverberate in the Parliament today as well. We have Harsha reporting live from outside Rajnath Singh's residence. Harsha, who all are present at this meet, which is being chaired by the Defence Minister?
Exactly, Samisha. I would like to show you the visuals of the residence of Rajnath Singh, as lot of security has geared outside his residence, because if we talk about NSA Ajit Doval, CTS Anil Chauhan and Army Chief Manoj Pandey, all are here inside the residence of Rajnath Singh, and a high-level meeting has started, and it's been more than 1 hour since the high-level meeting has started, because we also know that today in the Parliament session, many leaders have given the adjournment notice to talk about this issue of India-China, the clash in the Tawang, which has taken place last Friday at 3 a.m. And Asduddin Owaisi, Shakti Singh Gohil, Manish Tiwari and TMC leaders also have given the adjournment notice. Therefore, a high-level meeting right now is going inside the residence of Rajnath Singh, and according to our sources, which is being told that today Rajnath Singh could also make a statement in the Parliament on this entire issue, and before that this meeting becomes very much important. You are watching Republic TV. We are showing you live and exclusive visuals from the residence of Rajnath Singh. Stay tuned, keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break for more breaking and live visuals. Stay tuned.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stallin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stallin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
હું ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે
Congress leader who made controversial remarks against the Prime Minister has been arrested. The arrest took place early this morning from his residence in the Damoh district of MP. Meanwhile, ID was found in North Kashmir, Sapor along Kupwara bypass road. The operation was carried out by the army jawans. And development in the Arunachal Pradesh, the China-India clash, India troops clash, sources suggest more Chinese troops could be injured in the clash.
You're watching Republic TV and a meeting is going on inside the residence of Rajnath Singh, Minister of Defence, CDS, NSA and Army Chief, all present inside the residence of Rajnath Singh. You're watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break for more live and visual breaking from outside the residence of Rajnath Singh. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protest for the past 215 days. And what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protest for the past 215 days. And what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium.
Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Our focus, of course, continues to remain on the standoff between India and China and the troops of the Indian Army and the PLA at Tawang. We'll continue to get you the latest updates on that, even as it's expected to be debated in Parliament as well. Here are the headlines at 10 this morning. Doklam, Galwan and now Tawang. China provokes India in Arunachal Pradesh again. Indian and Chinese troops clash along the line of actual control on the 9th of December. China came with 5 battalions, but the Indian Army stood its ground resolutely and thwarted their attempts. Minor injuries to a few personnel in the clash. Sources suggest the injured soldiers are being shifted to Guwahati. Forces fight back at the border, but OAC politicizes national security, attacks the Prime Minister over Tawang. Tawang to stay the heated debate in Parliament as Congress and other parties say they'll raise the matter. And after a massive row, Congress's Neta kill Modi remark, now Raja Pateria is arrested. A face-off between Indian and Chinese troops in the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh on Friday led to minor injuries to a few personnel from both sides. Sources have said that on Monday, both sides had disengaged after a clash was reported in Tawang. Now, the sources have also told Republic TV that on the 9th of December, PLA troops contacted the LAC in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which was contested by the Indian troops in a firm and resolute manner. Now, in fact, we are reporting on this extensively. Our crews are reaching Tawang, and this is the first response of one of the residents about the clash.
एक्चुअली अभी ये जो अभी एग्रीगेशन है ये बार बार चाइना की तरफ से होता है बीच बीच में, तो लेकिन अभी हमारा इंडियन आर्मी जो अभी 1962 के बाद तो अभी काफ़ी बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि अभी इंडियन और चाइना वाला कुछ हमारा इंडियन आर्मी को कुछ हमारा ज़मीन का 1 इंच भी वहाँ पे ले जा सकेंगे। लेकिन चाइनीज़ वाला क्या है, वो बीच बीच में कुछ हरकत करते रहता है। लेकिन आज का डेट में हमारा इंडियन आर्मी के पास सब कुछ हथियार से लेके हमारा इंडियन आर्मी जितना अभी आगे बढ़ चुका है, तो चाइना तो कुछ भी नहीं है अभी। तो मेरे ख्याल से यही लगता है कि वो चाइनीज़ बीच बीच में सिर्फ वो दिखावा के लिए थोड़ा कुछ कुछ करता है, लेकिन हमारा इंडियन आर्मी वहाँ पे डटे हुए है पूरे बॉर्डर में, तो हमको बिल्कुल निश्चिंत है। हम है वहाँ पे एकदम गांव के नज़दीक है, तो अगर ज़रूरत पड़ा तो इंडियन आर्मी के साथ साथ हम बस्ती वाला भी, हम गांव वाला भी एकदम इंडिया के साथ है। और मैं सब इंडियन वासी को बताना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग बेफिक्र होकर बैठिए, जब तक हमारा इंडियन आर्मी है तो हमारा यहाँ का 1 इंच भी यहाँ से चाइना नहीं ले जा सकता है। लेकिन थोड़ा बीच हाथापाई अभी सुनने में आया था, हम लोग भी वहाँ पे ही था, घर पे थे, तो सुनने में आया था वहाँ पे कुछ हमारा कुछ जवानों के साथ हाथापाई हुआ है। लेकिन इस बार का भी जितना भी हाथापाई हुआ है उसमें ज़्यादा नुकसान उनको चाइना का ही हुआ है, हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है। वो इंडियन आर्मी एकदम सुरक्षित है, सब कुछ ठीक ही है सर।
Well, we are given to understand, of course, that there was a meeting between the two sides and disengagement thereafter took place. Major General G.D. Bakshi now joins us on the broadcast. Major General Bakshi, good morning. Major General Bakshi, of course, this is another standoff that has been reported in Tawang. Now, the LAC over there, of course, is disputed by both sides. But what do you make of this? We are given to understand that things now have calmed down. But in the long term, how do you see this?
Look, things may have calmed down. My submission is that
This is a recurrent pattern. We saw it for 2.5 years in Ladakh, and now we are seeing an escalation in spatial terms, wider spatial terms. It is now taking place in Arunachal Pradesh. Of course, our boys have given a befitting response at the level of constraint which has been enforced on both sides by the Peace and Tranquility Accord agreements. Right? You are not supposed to even use your firearms, you see. So the fact of the matter is we are confined to hand-to-hand combat kind of a mode in which the Chinese have been using sharp pointed stones, they have been using baseball bats with barbed wire, and last time around in Galwan there were casualties. We had 20 casualties on our side. Estimate of casualties by the CIA, by the Russians intelligence was about more than 34, 35 on the Chinese side. The Weibo Chinese media gave it as 100. Now once again we have that there have been 6 casualties on the Indian side. The print media is saying some bones broken on both sides. The Chinese, the estimate of casualties is said to be 30. My point is, how long will this tamasha go on? I would like to remind people of what happened in 1967. General Sagat Singh had then given orders that this will cease. All these physical fisticuffs and wrestling with the Chinese will cease. Use your weapons for effect. I think the time is now coming around when we will have to go back to those orders of 1967, because whether it is the initiative by a local Chinese commander, I don't think that happens in the PLA. It comes from the highest level, it is sanctioned. China is facing a lot of problems at home. The way they have handled COVID, the kind of restrictions they have put have caused great popular resentment against Xi Jinping personally, against the Chinese Communist Party. Their economy is sputtering, so they are looking for diversions. And this seems to be a very, safe diversion, because, the Chinese are very sure it won't escalate because we are reasonable, and therefore it will just be a few bones broken, perhaps a few fatalities at the most, which they can absorb. It's not like what happened in Taiwan, etc., etc. So I think the time has now come to raise costs. If we want to put a stop to this, if we feel okay, this is fine, this is within our tolerance threshold, they wound 5 or 6, we wound 30, it's a good trade-off, and we can continue with this indefinitely, well then that's our choice. But I think the time has come to call China's bluff and tell them that it will not be such an easy trade-off. It will not be such an easy trade-off, because ultimately if you keep violating our border, you keep trying to change the status quo by force, then that's not a normal situation, as our foreign minister very rightly said in Parliament. This is not normal. This cannot be taken as business as usual. There will be consequences. There will have to be consequences. We will have to deter. Otherwise this will just go on. Every 3rd, 4th day, 5th day, 2nd month, 3rd month, 4th month, there will be an incident like this. So many boys from our side in hospital, 3 times, 4 times that number. Our boys are bigger in size. Simple. Our boys are tougher. Till now we are still, bulk of them are regulars. So the Chinese haven't fought a war for the last 41 years. They are not combat hardened like our army is. They will always get the worst of the bargain. My point is, I think we will have to escalate this if we want to put a stop to it. If we feel it is okay, well, chalta hai, it is a good sport, keeps our boys in good practice in unarmed combat, well, that's fine. But I think the time has come to do what we did in 1967.
All right. Major General Bakshi, even as, this happens, we are just going to come back to you. We are getting more breaking news right now. We are learning that Asaduddin Owaisi has submitted a notice of adjournment in the Lok Sabha on Arunachal Pradesh.
he said this, and I'm quoting what he says. He says, China had raised the strength of its troops across Arunachal Pradesh by 75% in August of 2022, just before the Communist Party Congress, which eventually re-elected Xi Jinping for another 5 years. This was exactly what China did in Doklam in 2017 and Ladakh in April 2020. Why did we not increase our strength in Arunachal Pradesh? Because I'm told we were hoping this was temporary and the Chinese would go back to their original strength. So that's what Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, has tweeted, and he says he's going to be raising it in Parliament as well. I think Samiksha has that tweet. She is bringing it to us from the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, take us through what he's tweeted. He is, of course, I think also goes on to talk about that China has learned from experiences at Doklam, Despang and Galwan. Take us through all of those.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. It's baffling, to say the least, how there is politics that has erupted over national security. It's OAC now who's questioned the forces, and earlier, of course, we saw how Congress MP Manish Tiwari in that adjournment motion notice had said that there are gaps in the deployment at the border areas. In fact, just to read out the tweet that has been put out by OAC, where he says China had raised the strength of its troops across Arunachal Pradesh by 75% in August 2022, just before the Communist Party Congress, which eventually re-elected Xi Jinping for another 5 years, so thereby questioning the strength of the Indian army. There is in fact the whole thread that he's put out. He goes on to say that this was exactly what China did in Doklam in 2017 and Ladakh in April 2020. Why did we not increase our strength in Arunachal Pradesh? Because I'm told we were hoping this was temporary and that Chinese would go back to its original strength. He further goes on to say that China has learned from experiences at Doklam and all of these friction points, that Prime Minister Modi will never accept this invasion and uses friendly media to spin a different narrative altogether. Therefore, China continues to invade bit by bit without making any noise. So, mincing the words there, OAC making it clear that how there needs to be a better deployment at the border areas, questioning the strength of our forces, and going on to say that how China has acted quite well, and that it has increased the strength of its forces at these border areas. So after Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who in his German motion clearly stated that there are military gaps, thereby questioning our forces, OAC towing the same line.
Right, absolutely, Samiksha, as you're pointing out, it's a common refrain. Even the Congress party has raised this issue, saying that they question the deployment of our forces. I'm going to come back to you, Samiksha. Going back to Major General G.D. Bakshi now. Major General G.D. Bakshi, there are two significant developments that have happened before this intrusion was reported. One, of course, is the fact that there was Yuddhabhyas, the Indo-US joint exercise that was essentially had upset China. But apart from that, also, Ms. General Bakshi, the other part of it is the G20. It's being organized in India right now. And you yourself pointed out that China also has a lot of internal issues that it's trying essentially, to focus its people elsewhere on. So do you think that these three things are what could have led China to have that contact at the LAC?
It has been standard Chinese, tactic or behavioral pattern that every time they have trouble at home, you see, they try and get aggressive on the borders to divert the attention of their populace. When the Great Leap Forward had failed in the late 1950s, we had the problem on the border, and then that ultimately resulted in the clash in 1962. And even thereafter, every time there has been, the great cultural revolution, they get aggressive on the frontiers, etc. So every time they want to divert attention from their internal problems, they seek external provocations. This seems to be of a piece with the earlier pattern analysis. And like I said, they have been having severe problems. Start with Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. China breathed fire and brimstone. They almost threatened to shoot down Nancy Pelosi's plane. And they ended up doing nothing apart from firing a few missiles across Taiwan and sending 4 or 5 of their naval ships to do a mock blockade. and they pipe down after some time because they realize that that pushing shove to action would cost them very heavily in military terms, and therefore they had no option but to back down. They cut a sorry figure. They find easy escape route on the on the India-China border because of the fact that because of the Peace and Tranquility Accord, the weapon usage has been restricted on both sides, and to that extent they can get away with push shove and try and make big song and dance about it. The fact is that in Galwan, if we had suffered 20 casualties,
Right, Major G.D. Bakshi, do stay with us. Just to tell our viewers, pictures on your screen are right now coming to you from the Defence Minister's residence. We are given to understand that he will be making a statement in Parliament. That's scheduled at about 11 o'clock today. Harsha is tracking all this. Let's have a quick word with her. Harsha, we are now learning that NSA Ajit Doval was also there at Rajnath Singh's residence, and the two did have talks about this. So give us a sense of what we should be expecting today. Harsha, can you hear me? Harsha, if you can hear me, tell us what happened just now. We are told that Rajnath Singh will be making a statement in Parliament. He also met the NSA Ajit Doval a short while ago. So give us a roundup of all that's happened so far.
Exactly, Nupur. I would like to show you the visuals here outside the residence of Rajnath Singh, because just now NSA Ajit Doval has left from the residence of Rajnath Singh, and CDS Anil Chauhan. If you talk about CDS Anil Chauhan and Army Chief Manoj Pandey, all to leave here as meeting has ended. The meeting went for more than 1.5 hours at the residence of Rajnath Singh, and all security deployment you can clearly see as NSA Ajit Doval has left, and we have got to know that 1.5 hour meeting went on for more than 1.5 hours, and just now meeting has ended, and Rajnath Singh will also leave for Parliament in some time. We're expecting that Rajnath Singh will leave in another 5 to 10 minutes for Parliament, because our sources say that he is going to make a statement in Parliament today, as there are many opposition leaders also who have sent the adjournment notice to talk about on this issue of India-China, the clashes between India-China in the Tawang. And right now, as showing you the visuals from outside the residence of Rajnath Singh, as CDS has left, Army Chief has left, and NSA Ajit Doval has also left from the residence of Rajnath Singh. And today is a very important day, as in Parliament, Rajnath Singh is going to make a statement after talking to these officials for more than 1.5 hours. It becomes very much important because Rajnath Singh got a sense of what has exactly happened in Tawang clash, at what time, and how Indian troops have responded, and how many Indian troops are injured and are being treated at a hospital in Guwahati after taking a note of all those what has happened in the Tawang clash. Today Rajnath Singh to make a statement, and after he makes a statement, then it will be very interesting to see that what questions did the opposition leaders will make and ask him in the Parliament, because we have seen that Shakti Singh Goel, Asaduddin Owaisi, all have given adjournment notice in the Parliament. Nupur, back to you.
All right, Harsha. As Harsha is pointing out, of course, we are told that Ajit Doval as well as the COAS met with Rajnath Singh. He's going to be making a statement in Parliament. It's scheduled for 11 o'clock. I think Major Gaurav Arya is also joining us from our Delhi studios right now. Major Arya, even as friction, of course, between India and China continues, there are several friction points around the 3,000-kilometer long LAC. But do you think that the one that we see in Tawang is an opening up of another friction point, even as we are yet to resolve some of those still in the Ladakh region?
Thank you. I don't think this is opening up of another friction point. This has been a friction point a couple of years in the past. So this is an old friction point that has been reactivated by the Chinese, and the Chinese have been doing it. And as I said in your program an hour back, that they're going to do it at various places. They're trying, they're testing, they're sending messages to the Indians. This is all a larger part of Chinese messaging. It could have its genesis in the way what Xi Jinping is facing inside China vis-a-vis the crash in the real estate market, the Chinese economy doing very badly, or the COVID thing that is happening in China. And of course, face saving for the Taiwan debacle. As far as Xi Jinping is concerned, because they pretty much said that we'll blow Nancy Pelosi's plane out of the sky, which they did not do and were not able to do. They backed off. The Chinese backed off. He has to show something to the Chinese people. This idea of a Chinese strongman. Plus, they also have this salami slicing going on for quite some time, trying to take away territory from India, which the Indian army has thwarted time and again. And this is the third incident. They did it in Doklam, they did it in Galwan, and now this is Tawang right now. It will happen in other places in the future. I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Right. Major General G.D. Bakshi, for viewers who don't really know this area very well, could you explain to us how difficult it is for forces to be in this area? Now, we are given to understand that some of the clashes that took place are at about a height of 14,000 feet. So, Tawang, of course, is located at 14,000 feet. It is difficult terrain. So, for our viewers, can you explain to them how difficult it is for the Indian Army also to maintain its guard over there and, how this terrain rather is?
The fact of the matter is this requires a third stage acclimatization just to survive there. You need 3 stages of acclimatization before you get to these heights, before you can function at these heights. Every step that you take, you have to take 3 breaths and it sort of wraps in your lung. People can get pulmonary edema, people can get frostbite, chilblains, all these environmental factors, highly adverse situation. Therefore, to operate in these heights, the troops have to be acclimatized, toughened, trained. And not only are they doing their normal share of work, they are engaging in unarmed combat, which is the most strenuous exercise that you can carry out anywhere. And with an adversary which is using baseball bats, wound with barbed wire, baseball bats spiked with nails. They collect a whole pile of sharp pointed stones. They have been inflicting in Galwan. They were able to inflict 20 casualties. It's another matter. They got about 35 to 100 casualties in return because our boys are simply bigger. Our Jats, our Khalsas, our Dogras are bigger, tougher, and they are more highly motivated than the Chinese conscripts. Please don't forget that very famous video clip that went viral. Chinese conscripts who were being sent to the Indian frontier, they were crying like babies. Babies, not just weeping. I have never seen soldiers in such a disheveled condition. So the fact of the matter is, even if they want to restrict the thing to this level, of unarmed combat, of boxing, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, krav maga, what have you, the fact is they will still get the worst of the bargain. Our boys are tougher, better, more combat hardened. But the point that I am trying to make repeatedly is, I think we've had enough. We've been very reasonable with the Chinese. We have tried to sort of see that it doesn't escalate. But why should the onus of preventing escalation only be on India? Why should India only be forced to follow the peace and tranquility accord about non-use of weapons? When the Chinese, these baseball bats with nails are weapons. They can be lethal weapons. Pointed stones can be lethal weapons. So it is now just a matter of hair splitting. I think we need to go back to 1967 when General Sagat Singh had ordered our troops to use weapons to full effect. We give them a shake-up like that, we'll have peace for next 20 years.
I have a question here for General G.D. Bakshi, sir.
But if we don't, well, then we will keep having these incidents.
Sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely. General G.D. Bakshi, sir, this is Major Gaurav Jain, sir. My question to you is, sir, this is not ideal campaigning season. This is December, peak of 17,000 feet, sir. 17,000 peak. And Chinese have again tried to occupy that peak. They were thwarted. Our boys did a fantastic job. My question is different, sir. What is the intent? Why would somebody come in dead winter, where most of the places are isolated, our posts are largely, I'm talking about the Indian side, sir. I don't know about the Chinese side. but posts are in that height altitude. Air supplied, sir, the Indian Air Force is doing a sterling job of supporting us there in those regions where man and beast both cannot get to and get out from. In this peak winter season, 17,000 feet above sea level, minus 25, minus 30 degrees, sir. Lack of oxygen, minus 25% to 30% less oxygen at that height, sir, maybe even less. Why would the Chinese come and try and occupy a peak at this time, sir? Why this time? Why December? Why mid-December, sir?
To a military mind, when you go and do the extraordinary, you break the pattern, then one could be that you are trying to achieve surprise, that you do not anticipate that your adversary will expect such a action from you in that time frame, in that met condition. Therefore, you can achieve surprise. You know, as you and I were taught, that if you want to surprise the enemy, do the out of the ordinary, do the extraordinary. This is non-campaign season. In the campaign season, everybody is ready, everybody is expecting the other side to do some mischief, everybody is forewarned and forearmed. When you do it in the peak of winter, well, the first thing that you do is you hope to achieve surprise. It's another matter that our boys are not sleeping. They were alert even in winter, and I full kudos to our boys who were not surprised. The only intent of that I can surmise from the military point of view is this. The second is that they have timed it, because the Chinese Communist Party seeks a diversion now. They are under public pressure now. COVID pressure has only recently they have been forced to roll back the COVID restrictions, right? So to that extent, they have no choice but to do it now, because if they want to divert attention now, they have to do it in this time frame to be of relevance, to take off domestic pressure of the Chinese Communist Party, of Xi Jinping particularly. He has, there have been protests naming him that he should go, he should resign. And as you very rightly pointed out, there have been a whole series of incidents which perhaps necessitate a Chinese quest for diversion. Right? The simple fact, Nancy Pelosi's visits, the fiasco of their botched up response, their failure to retaliate, carry out their threats, loss of face, then of course COVID, and then comes the sorry state of the economy. They are destroying entire blocks of tenements because there are no tenants, there are no buyers. You see, so this is the problem. If they need a diversion now, well, then winter or no winter, they will try and do it. The problem for the Chinese is that there is no army better trained in whiteout operations than the Indian Army, courtesy the Siachen Glacier. At the heights of 21,000 feet, we can operate in the height of winter, carry out operations. So if they thought they could either surprise us or, pull a fast one on us, the egg is in their face. The egg is in their face already. All that I'm saying is now it's time for us. Why should they always set the pace? Why should they set the pace of events? Why should the initiative always be with the Chinese? I think it's time to wrest the initiative back and take a few steps up the escalation ladder on our own to tell them, to deter them from further adventurism. It's not some kind of a joke or a very cheap way of diverting attention of their people by, having fisticuffs with the Indian Army on a regular basis. We will not stand up to it. It is a question of the integrity of our borders. We will go back to the 1967 model, and I think we need to give it to them. We will have peace for a longer time. Even if it is a local initiative by a rogue Chinese commander, I don't buy that line. That doesn't happen in the PLA. It's too highly regimented an army. It is too, it's too stiff, and it is too over centralized and directed from the very top. It is a peacetime army. There is no local initiative that I really know of in the Chinese army in the last 41 years, right? So therefore I think we have to relate it to the internal domestic situation in China, which is quite adverse for the Chinese communist regime. They are looking for diversions. Let them not think that India is the easiest, lowest cost diversion they can get.
Absolutely. Major G.D. Bakshi as well as Major Gaurav Warrior.
Just a few broken bones, just a few.
Right. Do stay with us, both of you. Just to tell our viewers, pictures on our screen right now are of Rajnath Singh arriving in Parliament. Now, we are expecting that statement to come in between 11 and 12. That's what we are learning right now. You're watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we'll continue to bring you the latest developments on the reported clash between Indian Army and China PLA soldiers on the 9th of December. Okay, we'll be taking a break a little bit later. I think lots of developments right now taking place. The Defence Minister making his way to Parliament. I'm going to go back to Major Gaurav Arya on this one. Major Arya, we were, of course, talking about the terrain. We were talking about the fact that, you know, it's dead of winter. It's extremely cold at this point in time. But Major Arya, how difficult is it for our soldiers to be able to, maintain our strength over the 3,000 kilometers of the LAC, which is, at several points, in a sense, disputed and claimed by both sides?
No, the LAC is about 3,500 or more. General G.D. Bakshi will be able to tell this better. He's far more experienced and he will know better. It's a massive, massive line of actual control. And most of it high altitude, which is above 9,000 feet. I'm not saying all, but a significant part of it is high altitude. Now the thing here is this, that it's terribly difficult. I've been posted to high altitude. It's terribly difficult to survive. Forget about carrying out operations, because when I was posted, I did not carry out any operations, or my battalion, my company did not carry out any operations. We were just sitting there holding ground. And even that activity of holding ground was so difficult that every day seemed so heavy. Hats off to our troops who are thwarting the Chinese designs. Things were more benign when I was posted along the line of actual control. Things are extremely active now, so totally different scenarios. And apart from the terrain, I think everything else has changed. I think General G.D. Bakshi sir will bear with me when I say that, apart from the terrain, everything else has changed. Because when I was there in the 90s, along the line of actual control in Lahore Spiti, things were extremely benign, they were peaceful, but now things seem to have changed a lot.
Oh, yes, absolutely. All right, so pictures on your screens are of the Prime Minister now arriving in Parliament.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ओम बिरला, राज्यसभा के उपसभापति हरिवंश, हम सभी को तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं। तमाम मंत्री, प्रधानमंत्री, तमाम सांसद, अलग अलग दलों से जुड़े हुए सभी इस समय संसद भवन परिसर में इकट्ठा हुए हैं। संसद पर हमले की 21वीं बरसी, शहीदों को नमन करने के लिए तमाम सांसद। उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ संसद भवन परिसर में हम उन्हें भी देख पा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ओम बिरला, तमाम केंद्रीय मंत्री और अलग अलग दलों के सांसद हमें तस्वीरों में दिख रहे हैं।
यह श्रद्धांजलि समारोह उन शहीदों के याद में आयोजित किया जा रहा है जिन्होंने 13 दिसंबर 2001 को भारतीय संसद पर हुए आतंकवादियों के आक्रमण को विफल करते हुए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी और भारतीय प्रजातंत्र की रक्षा की। हमें अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित शहीद जगदीश प्रसाद यादव, शहीद मातबर सिंह नेगी, शहीद कमलेश कुमारी, कीर्ति चक्र से सम्मानित शहीद नानक चंद, शहीद रामपाल, शहीद ओम प्रकाश, शहीद विजेंद्र सिंह, शहीद घनश्याम और CPWD के कर्मचारी शहीद देशराज की शहादत पर गर्व है। इन सभी शहीदों को हम श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं। अब पार्लियामेंट ड्यूटी ग्रुप CRPF की सम्मान गार्ड शहीदों के सम्मान में सलामी देगी।
सम्मान गार्ड शहीदों को सलामी देंगे। सलामी जय। सम्मान गार्ड जय जय।
हम शहीदों के सम्मान में मौन रखेंगे। अब सभी गणमान्य जन अमर शहीदों के सम्मान में पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करेंगे।
All right, so that is the Prime Minister, and before him, of course, it was Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President of India, and the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Om Birla, as well as on your screens right now, Rajnath Singh, followed, of course, by Amit Shah.
the Home Minister paying their tributes to the martyrs who lost their lives in the 2001 Parliament attack case. The Parliament, of course, was attacked in New Delhi. It was carried out by two terrorist groups in 2001. So it's 21 years to the day that the Indian Parliament was attacked, the temple of democracy in a sense. Now two terror groups with Pakistani backgrounds, that's the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, had teamed up to attack the Parliament in 2001. The attacks were carried out on the 13th of December. Now 14 people lost their lives in this and 18 people were injured. Our Jawans as well as our security personnel, of course, who were posted outside the Parliament valiantly fought, and unfortunately many of them lost their lives in this Parliament attack case. So it is 21 years today, to the date that the Indian Parliament, the temple of India's democracy, was attacked by Pakistan-based terror groups, namely the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Pictures on your screen are of the floral tributes that are being paid by our leaders, our MPs and MLAs at the site that's been designated over there. Martyrs being respected today. There you can see, of course, all those MPs lining up to pay their tributes. Now, just to give our viewers a sense of what had happened way back in 2001. These terrorists, of course, belonging to the Lashkar and the Jaish, were carrying AK-47 rifles, grenades, grenade launchers and pistols in their car, which they rammed into a parked vehicle of the Vice President at that time, Krishan Kant. They got out of the car and then began shooting, and a CRPF constable named Kamlesh Kumari became the first to be shot dead by these gunmen. A total of 9 people were killed by the terrorists, with the MPs leaving the building unharmed. One of the terrorists, of course, was wearing a suicide bomb vest, which exploded when he was shot. The explosion ended up killing him, and 4 other terrorists were also shot dead. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us right now on the phone line. Abhishek, good morning. Of course, pictures on our screen are of the parliamentarians paying tributes to all those who lost their lives in the 2001 attack on Parliament.
Yes, you would get those pictures there led by Prime Minister Modi, and of course the respective chairs of the two houses.
The respective chairs of the two houses, the Lok Sabha Speaker and the Rajya Sabha Vice Chairman, I beg your pardon, and other leaders, the entire spectrum. This is an occasion where, cutting across party divide, leaders come and pay their respects, their homage. Nupur, I'm not getting to see the pictures, but this must be the ceremony there, which happens every year to pay their respect of the nation, on behalf of the nation, by the leaders to those who bravely fought those terrorists. In fact, if I'm there on the screen behind me, and if Anil can really pan towards that side, the Parliament gate is there, and that facade, white facade that can be seen, is where the event is happening. Exactly this route was taken by the terrorists in a white ambassador on that fateful 13th of December 2001. These Kashmir terrorists and the Pakistani terrorists with them, and they went inside from there, and that's the exact place where an attempt was made to really kill India's democracy. India's democracy, symbolized by the highest seat of its deliberations, that was attacked. And in the pictures we can see, of course, respects being paid to the martyrs of that terror attack, security men and women, 6 of them who lost their lives defending India's democracy, defending India's freedoms against that terror attack, which was, as now is recorded, was planned, executed by the Pakistani deep state. There is a long history, and a lot has been said and written about the backdrop in which that terror attack happened. Remember, it was just after the 9/11 All right, on that note, we have to take a short break and then we are back with these pictures.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
હું ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
હું ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife.
Well, homage being paid to all those who lost their lives in the Parliament attack of 2001. Pictures on your screen are all of parliamentarians, I think, meeting with family members of all those victims, which included, of course, 5 Delhi police personnel, a woman Central Reserve Police Force trooper, 2 Parliament watch and ward staff, and a gardener as well. So all those people laid down their lives in the defense of Indian democracy. The Indian Parliament was attacked by the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed in 2001. So 21 years to that, our leaders, our parliamentarians paying tributes to all those who lost their lives. You're watching Republic TV. We step into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more news. Stay with us.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals. And Saduddin Owaisi has said that he will be raising this issue in Parliament. Let's listen to what he said.
ये 2017 से बराबर हो रहा है और हमारी बदकिस्मती ये है कि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो स्ट्रांग पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप दिखाना चाइना के खिलाफ वो नहीं दिखा पा रहे हैं और इसीलिए डोकलाम में प्रधानमंत्री ने देश को गुमराहकुन बात की थी, गलत बात की थी कि डिसएंगेजमेंट हो गया. वहाँ पर डोकलाम में PLA बैठी हुई है. हम गलवान में देखे प्रधानमंत्री ने आपके चैनल पर दिखाया था कि ना कोई घुसा है ना घुसा है. 15 राउंड की बातचीत हुई. अभी डेप्सांग और डेपचांग चीन के पास है. ये भी हुआ है. अब ये जो कल हुआ है जिस जगह पर खुद बीजेपी का MP कह रहा है और आपको चौथी बात ये समझने की जरूरत है कि ये नीचे से 10,000 फीट नीचे से ऊपर आए हैं. हम ऊपर बैठे हैं, आकर हमारी फौज पर हमला करते हैं.
You are watching Republic TV. Stay with us. We are expecting the Defence Minister to brief Parliament at 2 this afternoon.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
News just coming in, we are now learning that in the past 2 to 3 weeks, there have been 2 or 3 occasions where the Indian Air Force fighter jets have had to be scrambled to tackle the Chinese drones that are moving towards our positions on the line of actual control. We're now learning that the Su-30 MKI jets had to be scrambled to tackle the air violation threat. We are, of course, going to be discussing this more and getting you all the details on this. We slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring you the details.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium Top headlines at 11 a.m. Dhoklam, Galwan and now Tawang, China provokes India in Arunachal Pradesh. India and Chinese troops clash along the line of actual control on 9th of December. All right, straight up starting with newsbreak coming in of Prime Minister Modi chairing a meet in the Parliament. So a key meet is underway in the Parliament. Remember, the opposition has moved an adjournment motion as well in the Parliament. The opposition raking up the issue of the clash at the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh and thereby questioning our forces as well. But there, the Prime Minister chairing a key meet in the Parliament as we speak. Remember, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is also set to address the Parliament today on the clashes in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which happened on 9th of December. More details on this key meet are awaited. We'll try and go across to Abhishek as well for more on that. But a key meet there being chaired by the Prime Minister, who's taking stock. And this one just after the clashes that happened in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, remember just a short while back, Rajnath Singh also chaired a meet at his residence that was attended by the Tri-Services Chiefs. NSA Ajit Doval was also present at this meet that was chaired by Raksha Mantri at his residence. In fact, more details that are just coming in that before the recent... Of course, before we get you more details on that, we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us. Abhishek, if you could give us more details on this key meet that is being chaired by the Prime Minister in the Parliament.
Well, in a way, Samiksha, this is a meeting Prime Minister takes before the sitting begins every day, and the key ministers, top ministers like the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, Finance Minister, Home Minister, they meet and deliberate how the session really pans out for the day. That's the meeting today. It's even more significant because of the situation along the LAC, which the Parliament needs to be briefed about. Remember, the Defence Minister has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Army Staff, in fact, the immediate past Chief of Army Staff, General Naravane as well, because he was familiar with the situation along the LAC. He was there for pretty much the time that the Galwan standoff has panned out. So in that sense, the Defence Minister, before briefing the Parliament in the meeting, essentially, so the Prime Minister also is aware of the facts, as also, of course, the other key ministers. This meeting per se, really, Samiksha, happens every day in the morning before the houses meet for the sitting. But today, of course, it gains even more salience given the situation along the LAC that needs to be discussed and the nation through the Parliament to be apprised about it. So that's the meeting about Samiksha, and just behind me from the gate number 4,
and that's where the meeting takes place.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us. Talking about the clashes which happened on 9th of December.
कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी रक्षा मंत्री 12 बजे एक डिटेल स्टेटमेंट देंगे, इसलिए मैं निवेदन करता हूं क्वेश्चन आवर कृपया चलाने का हमको अवसर प्राप्त करें। बाकी सब जो मेंबर्स है क्वेश्चन आवर चलाना चाहते हैं, माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी 12 बजे इसके बारे में एक स्टेटमेंट देंगे।
डॉक्टर सरकार ने कहा कि हम स्टेटमेंट देने को तैयार हैं, आप स्टेटमेंट चाहते हैं, उसके स्टेटमेंट के बाद आपको कोई बात हो तो जब चर्चा करना चाहिए, प्रश्नकाल में डिबेट नहीं होती। नो। क्वेश्चन नंबर 81 डॉक्टर अमूल राम सिंह कोले। माननीय मंत्री जी, सप्लीमेंट्री
सर, माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने अपने जवाब में विस्तार से एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट और एग्री कमोडिटीज के एक्सपोर्ट की बात कही है, लेकिन मैं एक बहुत ही दुखद घटना की तरफ सदन का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा कि मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में जुन्नर तहसील से दशरथ लक्ष्मण केदारी इस किसान ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को उनके जन्मदिन की बधाई देते हुए आत्महत्या कर ली, और उसका कारण था प्याज के दरों में गिरावट। सर, प्याज एमएसपी में हम इंक्लूड नहीं करते, लेकिन जब भी इन्फ्लेशन की बात होती है तो पहली गाज प्याज के दरों पे गिरती है। आज प्याज का उत्पादन खर्चा, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन 1200 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल है, लेकिन पिछले 6 महीनों में अगर देखा जाए तो सर प्याज की जो कीमतें मिल रही है, किसान को जो मूल्य मिल रहा है, वो सिर्फ 900 से 1000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल ही मिल रहा है। जब हम किसान की आय दुगनी करने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो जहां प्याज की लागत का खर्चा 1200 रुपए से 1300 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल है, वहां इतना कम मूल्य है। तो मेरी मंत्री जी से मांग है कि प्याज को एमएसपी के दायरे में क्या हम ला सकते हैं, और अगर इसमें कोई दुविधा हो तो प्याज के जो टोटल प्रोडक्शन एरिया है, जो मेरा चुनाव क्षेत्र शिरूर लोकसभा और नासिक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, उसमें सैटेलाइट सर्वे के तहत निर्यात धोरणों को उचित तरह से उसका उल्लंघन करके प्याज उत्पादक किसानों को राहत दी जाए, और उनके उत्पादन खर्चे से उनको 1.5 गुना किस प्रकार से दर निश्चित हो, इसके बारे में।
And Abhishek, of course, continues to be with us. Abhishek, you're talking about Tawang sector here. Tawang, for that matter, has always been a flashpoint between India and China. Do you think this was very much planned by Chinese side, given the timing of the clashes which happened on December 9th?
It seems it was planned. There are reasons why we say so, Samiksha. The number of troops that came in between 3 to 5 battalions, about 300 to 500 people and troops, and that gives you an idea that there was preparation. Also, this is typically winter, it's snowbound, and as it happens, the deployments get scaled down. So, did China attempt to do a Kargil on India in Arunachal sector? That's something which I think the military strategists would be talking about, though of course they have failed, and they failed miserably because India was prepared, and the manner in which our reinforcements came in, they took the Chinese by surprise, and that's the reason perhaps they have suffered a little more injuries in terms of number of those taking the hit. What is important is that the situation was quickly
by brazen Chinese transgressions as the government remains a mute spectator. The valor of our armed forces in Galwan Valley, Ladakh is well known, but China has brazenly transgressed into our territory since April 2020. The illegal and unprovoked Chinese transgressions upon Y Junction in Dipiang Plains continues till date. Similar is the state of Chinese transgressions into Gogra and Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh. Not only this, Chinese built up next to Pangon's Lake area, including building of PLAs, divisional headquarters, army garrisons, weapon shelters for artillery, anti-aircraft guns and armored carriers is being continuously ignored by our government. Government also remains oblivious to the Chinese construction of a new radom and two high Pangon Sow bridge, also with decks on both sides, facilitating easy movement of Chinese troops, has also been brushed aside. Despite demand to ensure status quo ante as April 2020, China has refused to vacate. No, 8 minutes, please. You know, since back,
Finish in 1 minute.
To vacate our territory and has been deliberately taking shelter beyond the statement of our Prime Minister dated 20th June 2020, saying that no one has entered into our territory. Even the ongoing talks with the Chinese.
The notice is with Honorable Chairman. He will decide.
This is the notice. I am reading the content of notice. I am reading the content of notice. So that it should go in the slot, and I want to reply according to that.
माननीय लोभी आपने पूरी नोटिस पढ़ ली है.
No one has entered into our territory.
Please, the notice is under consideration of Honorable Chairman. He will decide. Please, माननीय
Deputy Chairman, sir. Please. Deputy Chairman, sir.
Please.
The Honorable Defense Minister Shri
माननीय
Rajnath
लोभी
is
you have already explained
regarding the
आपने बता दिया पूरा. It's under माननीय लोभी आपने अपने नोटिस का कंटेंट आपने अपने नोटिस का कंटेंट बता लिया. प्लीज
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir.
माननीय लोभी को प्लीज प्लीज
The Honorable Defense Minister.
आपने अपनी पूरी नोटिस बता ली. आपने अपनी पूरी नोटिस बता ली. प्लीज माननीय एलओपी को बोलने का पूरा मैंने मौका दिया. उन्होंने अपनी नोटिस बताई. प्लीज अपने सीट्स ले. प्लीज
The Honorable
आपकी बात की रिकॉर्ड में जा रहा है.
is ready to make a statement regarding the Yangtze incident in Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh on 9 December at 2 p.m. today. Looking at the gravity of the situation and the request made by the opposition also, I would urge the chair to allow the Honorable Defense Minister to make the statement at 12:30 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. so that the issue can be placed before the House even in the middle of question hour. So kindly allow the Defense Minister to make the statement and he will give all the information that is sought for by the office.
प्लीज एक मिनट नाजिर साहब आप बैठ जाए. प्लीज मैडम प्लीज बैठ जाए. प्लीज एक मिनट माननीय प्रमोद जी. माननीय लीडर ऑफ द हाउस ने कहा कि 12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी बयान देंगे इस विषय पर. माननीय एलओपी साहब ने अपनी नोटिस पढ़ी. आप 12:30 बजे क्वेश्चन आवर के बीच में माननीय रक्षा मंत्री का बयान सुने. ये संवेदनशील मामला है, देश के हित से जुड़ा. आप सब लोग उसी की बात कर रहे हैं. माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को सुन ले आप. जो माननीय एलओपी साहब की चिंता है, माननीय एलओपी साहब की जो चिंता है, जो सवाल उठा उस पर ही माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी बोलने के लिए आ रहे हैं. 12:30 बजे उनके बयान सुनने का धैर्य कम से कम रखिए. प्लीज 12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी इस विषय पर बयान देंगे. पेपर्स टू बी लेड ऑन द टेबल. राव इंद्रजीत सिंह प्लीज 12:30 बजे बयान होगा. 12:30 बजे बयान होगा.
Against my name as serial number 1 in today's revised
12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री बयान देंगे. प्लीज. राव इंद्रजीत सिंह पेपर स्लेट. श्री किशन पाल
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपके मुझे आज की संसद में सूची में क्रम संख्या 2 पर सूचीबद्ध प्रस्तावों को
डॉक्टर भागवत कराज। माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आज जो संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे सहयोगी श्री पंकज चौधरी जी के नाम के सामने और सीरियल नंबर 3 पर उल्लेखित कागजात आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं। श्री भगवंत खुबा।
संशोधित कार्यसूची के क्रमांक संख्या 4 पर मेरे नाम से सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखने का आग्रह करता हूं।
डॉक्टर भागवत कराट। ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर, with your kind permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 5 in the revised list of business for today. डॉक्टर भारती प्रवीण पवार।
Honorable Deputy Chairman sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 6 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
श्री शांतनु ठाकुर।
Respected Chairman sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House the paper mentioned against my name, serial number 7 of today's revised list of business. Thank you, sir.
डॉक्टर मुंजप्पा महेंद्र भाई। डॉक्टर मुंजप्पा महेंद्र भाई, प्लीज। ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर, with your kind permission, I wish to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned serial number 8 against my name in today's revised list of business. Thank you, sir. Reports of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Commerce, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhve, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhve, श्रीमती प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी, प्लीज। प्रियंका जी रिपोर्ट लें, प्लीज। रिपोर्ट ले करें, आप आपकी बात ही रिपोर्ट पे जा रही है।
I rise to present the 173rd, 174th and 175th report in English and Hindi of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Commerce mentioned against my name in the list of business.
Thank you. Thank you. Reports of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Home Affairs, माननीय श्री ब्रिजलाल। Deputy Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to present the 240th and 241st report English and Hindi of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Home Affairs as mentioned in today's list of business against my name. Thank you, sir. Reports of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture, Srimati S. Fongan Konyak.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir.
And Abhishek Kapoor joining us live from Vijay Chowk. Abhishek, if you can take us through what we know so far, we understand that Rajnath Singh is all set to address the parliament. In fact, the Lok Sabha at 12 p.m. and Rajya Sabha at 12:30 p.m.
So the defence minister would be briefing the nation through Parliament, Samiksha, both the houses of Parliament around 12 noon in Lok Sabha, which is just about 45 minutes from now after the question hour, and in the Rajya Sabha at 2 p.m. And as I said, there has been a statement coming in from the Ministry of Defence. We have had a lot of information from our sources on what actually transpired on the ground, which was essentially the Chinese trying to do a sort of Kargil and testing India's deployments, and in fact getting surprised with the kind of quick response came in, and they were pushed back December 9th. This is an area which typically sees some Chinese activity, because that's a position where India has a certain advantage both in terms of deployments and geography there, and that's why I think it was quick on the part of the Indian troops there to really push back the Chinese. And last year also in the month of October, the Chinese tried to do that, again with similar results. But what is important is that they carried those clubs and tracer guns with them, and that's why this standoff had injuries on both sides. Of course, Indians were equally prepared, and we were carrying our own set of whatever is allowed as per the standard operating procedures. Remember, as per agreements of 1993 and 1996, subsequently revised in 2005-2006. Indian and Chinese troops, when they are on patrol duty, are not supposed to carry weapons like guns. So the clash happened accordingly, and the Chinese, as of now, stand on their side of the line of actual control, and we are expecting more details from the defense minister, given the fact that the opposition from Asaduddin Owaisi to Mallikarjun Kharge and the Trinamool in between have tried to sort of corner the government when the parliament is in session.
Yes. Abhishek, talking about the commander level talks that India and China has had since the Galwan clash, and let's not forget that Xi and Prime Minister meet at the G20. Do you think now with all of this happening, it boils down to square one? Because this is yet another aggression by China, and where do we really stand when we talk about, the border level talks, the diplomatic talks between India and China to resolve the border dispute?
Question. So after 17 rounds of talks, both at the commander level and between the diplomats of the respective foreign ministries, things are actually back to square one, or they have not really moved except for some pullbacks that have happened at these, Pangong Tso North and South Bank, and then the Kogra Hot Springs, Petroling Point 15, 17, etc. The issue of Depsang, which is not from the Galwan time of 2020, which predates that, is still there, and talks sort of have hit a stalemate. But that's what our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has been emphasizing always, Samiksha, that the Chinese have to really back up their words with intent, which they have not been doing. They have been found wanting on that front. Remember, just last week at the Chanakya Forum dialogues being moderated by our in-house strategist, Major Gaurav Arya, the Chief of Army Staff, General Pandey, gave that hint that the Chinese are still there and they have not really pulled back. The situation insofar as troop deployments goes is very similar. In fact, I'm getting a sense that troops might be increased in both the eastern and the western sector. So in that sense, I think the Chinese have really not been good in terms of backing their words. We have to cut.
उसकी मर्यादा आप जानते हैं, और क्या परंपरा रही है सदन की आप ये भी जानते हैं। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री आएंगे, बयान देंगे, उसके बाद आप इस मामले की संवेदनशीलता समझते हुए इस प्लीज वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग नाउ दिस इशू। आई गेव यू एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, we are not discussing this issue now. Let the defense minister come, he will give his statement, he will place his statement, please. Now 0 hour, Dr. Radha Mohan Das Agrawal, 0 hour.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपका आभारी हूं। देश की उच्च शिक्षा देश का भविष्य है। भारत सरकार ने उच्च शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता मानक, उसके पाठ्यक्रम को नियंत्रित करने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन एक्ट की स्थापना की है और विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग का चयन हुआ है। विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग अपने रेगुलेशंस में यह स्पष्ट रूप से बताता है कि देश के सारे विश्वविद्यालयों में कुलपतियों की नियुक्ति किन नियमों के तहत की जानी चाहिए। विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग कहता है कि एक सर्च कमेटी बनाई जाएगी, जिस सर्च कमेटी में कोई भी नॉन एकेडमिक व्यक्ति नहीं होगा। यह सर्च कमेटी कम से कम 3 और संभव हो तो 3 से 5 लोगों के नाम का पैनल चांसलर को भेजेगी।
की बात थी, रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही है, प्लीज।
चांसलर को भेजेगी। चांसलर उस 3 और 5 के नाम के पैनल से किसी एक नाम का चयन करेगा। अगर सर्च कमेटी 3 से कम के नाम भेजती है तो ऐसा कोई भी चयन अगर होता है तो वो एड ए वीडियो होगा, अर्थात अपने चयन के दिन से ही वो नल एंड वाइड हो जाएगा। माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने एक राज्य के, मैं उस राज्य का नाम यहां नहीं ले रहा हूं, एक राज्य के एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति के चयन को नल एंड वाइड घोषित किया। उसके बाद हाईकोर्ट ने उसी राज्य के एक दूसरे विश्वविद्यालय कुफोस, उनके चयन को वाइस चांसलर के चयन को नल एंड वाइड घोषित किया गया। इसके बाद पता चला कि उस राज्य में 9 ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय हैं जिनके सर्च
All right, so heated discussions and debate happening in Rajya Sabha. Remember, the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till noon. And of course, stand by for the address of the Raksha Mantri. He will be addressing the Parliament. In fact, at 12:30 p.m., we expect the address of the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The opposition, of course, trying to stall the Parliament proceedings as we speak, while the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till noon. Rajya Sabha session is on, but heated discussions there happening in the Parliament. Also remember, just a short while back, Rajnath Singh also chaired a meet at his residence that was attended by NSA Ajit Doval along with the tri-services chiefs. We had the CDS also was there at the meet that was chaired by the Defence Minister. All right, Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us. Abhishek, would you believe, do you think that the situation in the border areas continues to remain hostile and vulnerable, and that India must keep a hawk's eye out to prevent any such aggression, not just in Tawang for that matter in other border areas as well?
Well, goes without saying that China remains hostile, and its conduct underscores the enemy mindset that the Chinese really pursue when it comes to their border with India. Not just with border with India. Look at their conduct at the United Nations, where they have backed the Pakistani terrorists. They have blocked their designation under the 1267 UN Sanctions Committee to be declared global terrorists. So that's responding to your question. But I'm told Pathakrit Pine joins us over the broadcast on this issue. Pathakrit, you are someone who closely tracks India's geostrategic environment and this latest development in Tawang sector, where the Chinese made yet another attempt, not the first time, of testing Indian positions and had to pull back after realizing that India was fully prepared. You think the Chinese would learn their lesson or not?
Well, Abhishek, they're just saying that once a happenstance, twice a coincidence, third time it's enemy action. So if we look at the whole series of instances from the time of Doklam to what they tried in Ladakh, and now they're trying the same thing in Arunachal, it doesn't seem like, coincident, or it doesn't seem that it happened by default. It was deliberate and it was by design, and I don't see any reason for the Chinese to stop these misadventures. Remember, there are so many countries with which they have been doing these things. The only country which have withstood the Chinese pressure and have thwarted the Chinese consistently, it has been India. And look at how the Chinese have been doing it. They actually deliberately coincided it at a time when the parliament was about to start, because they wanted disruptions to happen in the parliament. They wanted questions and to be raised on the government, especially at a time when India has taken over the G20 presidency, and over the next 1 year, a lot of narrative shaping in India would happen, which will steer the world towards a new direction altogether. Remember, the whole world is looking towards India in terms of a solution provider in many areas, and that is something the Chinese are simply not liking. Secondly, the third term that Xi Jinping had got literally by force. It has started with a lot of bang, but eventually he has messed up a lot of things. The economy is in shambles. The zero COVID policy has been a flop. There is almost some kind of a rebellion in China. He had to back down on the Taiwan issue when Nancy Pelosi visited. So he had to do something. So I think all these that is happening right now, they are testing as to how much the Indians are ready. But I can tell you with a lot of confidence that in the last 2 years, the amount of resilience the Indian armed forces have developed, the kind of weapon systems they have developed, today it will be very difficult for the Chinese to do these kind of surprise attacks and go away with it. But does it mean that they're going to stop? No.
Absolutely.
This is exactly what they keep on doing, but they will not escalate beyond a point. They will do this and they'll move on to another area and do the same thing again. So we have to be very prepared. Abhishek,
if you have Pathakrit, if you have your back to the wall, and if you have to just do some action, that does not mean you take a stupid action. And that's what the Chinese perhaps tried to do. On that note, we have to take a short break. Pathakrit, stay back. We are coming back and continuing this conversation.
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
Doklam, Galwan and now Tawang. China provokes India in Arunachal Pradesh. Indian and Chinese troops clash along the line of actual control on the 9th of December. The Chinese PLA came with 5 battalions, but the Indian army stood its ground resolutely and thwarted their attempts. Minor injuries to a few personnel in the clash. Sources suggest injured soldiers are being shifted to Guwahati. Forces fight back at the border, but OAC politicized national security, attacks Prime Minister over Tawang. Tawang to stay the heated debate in Parliament as Congress and other parties say they'll raise the matter. After the massive row over the Congress Neta's kill Modi remark, now Raja Pateria has been arrested. Good morning. Thank you very much for staying with us on Live on Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We continue with our focus on the reported face-off between Indian and Chinese troops in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh on Friday. Sources suggest that both sides soldiers have minor injuries, and the Indian soldiers, of course, who have been injured in this clash have been shifted to Guwahati, is what we are learning now. We are given to understand that both sides have also disengaged from this area. The sources are telling Republic TV that it was on the night of the 9th of December that PLA troops contacted the LAC in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, which was contested by the Indian troops in a firm and resolute manner. Republic TV, of course, is very close to the location of this face-off. As you can see on your screens, extreme weather over there. This was at a height of about 17,000 feet is what we are given to understand. Right now, snow is covering this area. We are getting you pictures from the area very close to Tawang, which there was a contact between the Indian Army as well as the PLA soldiers. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, continues to join us from outside Parliament. Abhishek, of course, today we are expecting this to be raised in Parliament quite a bit, the Congress as well as other parties wanting the government to talk about it. And 12:30, Abhishek, is when we are hearing that the Defence Minister will make a statement.
Well, we are a democracy, and that's the beauty of democracy, that the opposition can put the government on the mat and seek questions on behalf of the people of the country. And equally, the government says, yes, we are ready. The Defence Minister is going to make a statement in both the Houses of Parliament at around 12:30 in the Lok Sabha and around 2 p.m. in the Rajya Sabha. But what is important is, Nupur, that this is not the first time the Chinese have done it. And that's really something which our defence strategists have to really work on, as to how to reduce this number of Chinese misadventures along our line of actual control, which essentially remains undefined border. Pathikrit, continuing from where we left, you were talking about the difficulties the Chinese state, the communist state is facing, and perhaps they indulged in this misadventure to sort of deflect attention from the protests that are taking place, from the failures of the Chinese state, and a possible spike in COVID cases across China. In fact, we are getting reports that the Chinese government has increased number of hospitals because they are suspecting that because not the entire population is vaccinated, because they were following zero COVID and quarantines were in place and lockdowns were in place. These people, when they come out now, it could lead to a spike and a spread of COVID, another wave sort of coming out in China. So it's a scary situation down there, and Beijing perhaps wanting to deflect attention from there. How substantial this argument could be, and if yes, then how prepared we should be that the Chinese could be doing it a little more often than they have done in the past.
Abhishek, first of all, if you look at the People's Liberation Army, which is a wing of the Chinese Communist Party, and it doesn't belong to the country called China. For the Chinese Communist Party, the most important thing is to keep the party in power. The country comes second. So if you look at the condition of China's economy today, 25% of the Chinese economy, it consists of the real estate sector, which has almost gone bankrupt. There is huge problem over there. Secondly, they are staring at a $9 trillion mortgage crisis. Their entire debt today is 300% of their GDP, which is almost more than $50 trillion debt. The zero COVID policy failure is also a vindication that their vaccines don't work, because they have already administered more than 2 billion vaccines. And if that, in spite of that, there is such spike that they're staring at 1 million plus death, the experts in China are saying, the medical experts, then it questions their entire vaccine policy. And overall, since the time of Tiananmen Square, this is the first time there has been such upsurge in protest within China. And that is why the Chinese government, which is scared of losing hold, will try to do something. They could not do much so far as Taiwan is concerned. They actually had threatened that they will bring down the plane of Nancy Pelosi. They tried to do some kind of a blockade of Taiwan. Eventually, they had to back down. But when it comes to India, the border region, first they tried in Doklam. Second, Ladakh is a region which has similar, snowfall, but it has no vegetation. In case of Arunachal, there is dense foliage in certain areas, which is very difficult to actually man every inch of that border. So they thought that they will do something and they will actually gain advantage. But in the last 2 years, if you see the kind of surveillance capability the armed forces have developed and acquired, today the fact that this clash happened is a vindication of the alacrity with which the armed forces are working. That is something the opposition parties, while questioning the government, should keep in mind. Had there been no clash, they would have come in. So the clash itself is a vindication that the government has given them free signal. One last point I want to mention, Abhishek, there has to be reciprocation. The government, with due respect, must give the armed forces the right and the authority to get into the areas of China and acquire certain land. Remember, when it comes to the issue of Pangong Tso Lake, the reason that they actually backed up is because the Indian Army acquired the Kailash Range heights, which made their Boldo garrison vulnerable. That is the reason they backed up. So they do not understand the language of dialogues, and they do not understand the language of having an environment where
Right,
you don't use lethal weapons at all. You start using lethal weapons, they will go back. This is what the language, I think we have to start exploring a little more. Allow the armed forces to get inside Chinese territory where they're vulnerable, acquire a part of those territories. They will stop doing what they're doing right now. They know their areas of vulnerability. Threaten them to block the Malacca Strait for 2 days. You will see that the Chinese will get back to where they were.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Patikrit, hold on. It's an interesting conversation we are having, but I have a breaking news development that apart from the clash that took place in those heights of Yangtze, there was a build-up of the Chinese in terms of troop mobilization and also increased drone activity before the troops came face to face in the Yangtze area. So that's an important development. In fact, the Indians returned the deployments as also scrambled Sukhoi jets to make sure that the Chinese understand that we know what we know, and those drones were pulled back. We are being told that when the drones move parallel to the LAC, that's no problem. But then if they start moving towards the LAC, that's when India takes serious note and scrambles its own jets. In fact, even drones and jets. So that's another development coming in connected with the LAC clash that took place between the PLA, Chinese PLA and Indian Army. And that is that the Indian Air Force also was fully mobilized, keeping a hawk's eye on the line of actual control in that sector, and had in fact scrambled its jets, both the Sukhois and the Rafales, I am told, from the Hashimara base after we saw some drone activity on the Chinese side. As I mentioned, the drone activity, if it's parallel to the LAC, is well within the Chinese domain, but if they move towards the LAC, that's when India responds, both with its own drone activity as also, of course, scrambling the jets if need be. Apart from, of course, Indian Army itself fully prepared to take care of any incursions so far as drones are concerned. We see that happening so often on our western border and in the eastern side as well. Patikrit, coming back to you, this is an important development. You know, remember the Galwan clash happened because there was immense troop build-up on the Chinese side on the pretext of a military exercise. Similarly, we have seen in this case also, first they carried out a troop build-up in the name of a military exercise, and then they carried out this incursion, which was ably and immediately rebutted by the Indians, and the Chinese faced a pushback. So I think the Chinese really planned it, and that gives us some understanding of why the Chinese would do that. And the conversation we were having, Patikrit, that the Chinese communist state is having its back to the wall on the home front with all the protests that broke out on the zero COVID policy, many foreign policy failures, increasing isolation of the Chinese, and the manner in which the world really sees them, the brunt being taken by the economy as well. Though, of course, it seems there's some recovery now that we are seeing zero policy being relaxed, but the consequent impact on the health of the people, the possibility of another round of COVID wave spreading through China. So I think they planned it. They came in the pretext of an exercise, or perhaps they thought that it's winters and the Indians might be lowering their guard, and let's try and take that peak at 17,000 feet, which would have given them sort of a vantage in a situation, in an area where India already has 4 vantage points and 4 posts, clearly keeping the Chinese side little at a disadvantage. So you think they planned it, executed it, only to be surprised by Indian preparedness and response?
Abhishek, you are absolutely right. The kind of movement that happened when you, as you mentioned, that there has been movement by the drones. There were almost around 300 personnel who came in. This kind of decision cannot be taken. If you look at the Chinese hierarchy, it cannot be taken by a local commander. I'm sure this kind of decision actually comes only from Beijing because there can be severe foreign policy implications. So that is the reason it seems that there has been planning behind it. And of course, there has been Chinese buildup, which has been happening since the time of Doklam. But we also have to also understand and accept that the Indians have also reciprocated that build-up with its tremendous build-up on the Indian side as well. Remember, even when the disengagement happened from certain areas of Ladakh, it did not mean de-induction. The army stayed back, maybe a few kilometers behind, but they stayed back over there. They placed foot over there. So it's not that they went back to the garrison. That's why the preparedness is very high. Secondly, I think also what has happened, the Chinese also know that the surveillance capability and the ability of the Indian armed forces to reciprocate, react has improved in the last 2 years. It may so happen that they were also testing that capacity in another terrain. That is a possibility. And I think in the next 1 year, situation in China is going to be very bad, even worse. There are two reasons. One, China is an export-driven economy. There is a global decline of demand, and that is having an impact within China. A lot of companies which are very, very upset with the zero COVID strategy and the manner in which there has been wide-scale shutdown of cities, special economic zones, they have started moving their investments away from China. That is going to have a major impact when it comes to employment situation within China. Because of this, the strong possibility...
Pathakrit, I have breaking news development from the parliament. Inside, in fact, the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, has made a statement condemning the conduct of the opposition. And there's a big one. If you can get the soundbite quickly on air. The Union Home Minister has said that I condemn this act. Parliamentary Affairs Minister clearly said that the Defence Minister will make a statement on this, on the Tawang face-off between Indian Army and the Chinese PLA in the Parliament. And despite that, the opposition is obstructing and not letting the House to be in order. In fact, the question hour had to be adjourned. Union Home Minister clearly slamming the opposition for its conduct of obstructing, creating pandemonium, despite the fact that the government has given an assurance that the Union Defence Minister would be making a statement. Let's try and go to the soundbite again. All right, I think we take a short break and then come back to listen to what Union Home Minister had to say or to the opposition. Short break.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stallin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket.
All right, so even as we are awaiting the Defence Minister's statement on the clash that took place, the Home Minister Amit Shah has condemned the attempt of the opposition to stall the question hour. Let's in fact listen into what he said.
अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित कर दिया। इससे कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के LCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में। प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास
चलो हो गया। आज लोकसभा में प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया गया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास की मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं। अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। इसका कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में। अब उन्हीं के कांग्रेस के ही सदस्य के द्वारा यह प्रश्न पूछा गया और जवाब में बहुत स्पष्ट था। अगर तो मौका देते तो मैं सदन के पटल पर भी बताता कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 6-7 के वित्तीय साल में चीनी दूतावास से 1 करोड़ 35 लाख रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ था। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया था। फाउंडेशन ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए करवाया है और ये जो राशि चीनी दूतावास से मिली इसका उपयोग भारत चीन संबंधों के विकास पर शोध करने के लिए ये पैसा दिया गया। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने शोध तो जरूर किया होगा। क्या उनकी शोध में 1962 में जो हजारों हेक्टेयर भूमि
भारत की चीन ने हड़प ली वो शामिल था क्या? और शोध इस पर किया तो रिपोर्ट क्या आई है? नेहरू जी के प्रेम के कारण सुरक्षा परिषद में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता बलि चढ़ गई। इस विषय को उन्होंने शोध का विषय बनाया था क्या? और अगर बनाया था तो इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जिस वक्त गलवान के अंदर हमारे सेना के वीर जवान चीनियों से भिड़ रहे थे, उस वक्त चीनी दूतावास के अधिकारियों को कौन रात्रि भोज दे रहा था? वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर था तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जब उनकी सरकार थी तो 2006 में भारत में चीन के दूतावास ने पूरे अरुणाचल और पूरे नेफा पर दावा कर दिया। वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर शोध हुई तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? 25 मई 2007 को चीन ने कांग्रेस के ही मुख्यमंत्री दोरजी खंडू को वीजा देने से इनकार कर दिया, क्योंकि ये तो हमारा ही हिस्सा है अरुणाचल। ये भी शोध किया गया क्या? 13 अक्टूबर 2009 को मनमोहन सिंह की अरुणाचल यात्रा पर चीन ने आपत्ति जताई, वो आपने जांच किया है क्या? और 2010 में चीन ने जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को स्टेपल्ड वीजा जारी करने की प्रथा शुरू की, ये भी क्या आपका शोध का विषय था? 2011 में कांग्रेस सरकार ने चीन की धमकी के बाद हमारे रोड और वाइटल बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स का निर्माण डैम चौक में रोक दिया। ये क्यों रोका गया, इसकी भी शोध की है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं, ये दोगला रवैया जनता के सामने नहीं चलता है। जनता सब देख रही है। आपके परिवार द्वारा चलाया गया फाउंडेशन, उसका FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन चीन की दूतावास से मिले हुए अनुदान से समाप्त हुआ है। आपके ही समय में हजारों किलोमीटर भूमि अवैध रूप से हमसे हड़प ली गई है। आपके ही समय में हमें मिली हुई सुरक्षा परिषद की सदस्यता आपने निजी संबंधों को बनाने के लिए चीन की भेंट कर दी है। ये सारी जनता ये सभी विषयों को जानती है। मैं इतना स्पष्ट कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी इसके प्रधानमंत्री है, और जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार चल रही है, 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। कल अपने सेना के जवानों ने जो 8 की देर रात को और 9 की सुबह को जो वीरता दिखाई है, मैं इसकी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। इन्होंने घुसे हुए सभी लोगों को कुछ ही घंटों में वापस खदेड़ दिया और हमारी भूमि का रक्षण किया है। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA लाइसेंस रद्द होने का एक दूसरा भी कारण था। इस्लामिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की, जिसका प्रणेता जाकिर नायक है, जाकिर नायक को पूरा देश जानता है, उनसे भी 7 जुलाई 2011 को 50 लाख रुपया राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन ने प्राप्त किया था। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के कर्ता धर्ता जो कांग्रेस की फैमिली पार्टी है, उसी के सदस्य हैं, तो आपको ये पैसा जाकिर नाइक ने किस मकसद के लिए दिया था, इसकी भी स्पष्टता देश की जनता के सामने होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
The Home Minister over there asking very pointed questions to the Congress party. Do remember that this comes even as the Congress party has targeted the government over the standoff. We are given to understand that Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, is supposed to make a statement at about 12 o'clock. We are, of course, standing by for that. But the Home Minister over there asking whether the Congress party researched on the 1962 war between India and Pakistan. India and China, beg your pardon. We'll be getting you all the more details in just a bit. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll be getting you more. Stay with us on Republic TV.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
माननीय सुजीत कुमार जी, क्वेश्चन और नथिंग एल्स इज गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड.
सर, क्वेश्चन 61.
माननीय मंत्री जी, फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री जवाब सभा पटल पर रखा गया. क्वेश्चन और है, प्लीज क्वेश्चन आवर चलने दे. ये मेंबर का आवर प्लीज.
सर,
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे कुछ विषयों पर स्थगन प्रस्ताव की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है. मैंने स्थगन प्रस्ताव की किसी सूचना को अनुमति प्रदान नहीं की गई. माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी,
आप बोलिए पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस गरिमामयी सदन को अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा.
प्लीज स्टेटमेंट के बीच में नहीं बोलते. नो प्लीज.
में छुट्टी भी थी. 9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया. चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है. भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय. इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है. इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय। और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
कोई माननीय, आप वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं, सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है और नियम प्रक्रिया के अंदर कोई भी स्पष्टीकरण का सदन में, लोकसभा में नियम प्रक्रिया नहीं है। आपका कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा। आप एक चीज रिकॉर्ड में लो। एक मिनट मेरी बात सुनो। एक मिनट बालू जी, प्लीज। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट प्लीज। बालू जी, प्लीज सिट डाउन। हाँ प्लीज, मैं प्लीज एक मिनट। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट। मिस्टर सुरेश, प्लीज सिट डाउन। मैं सदन को ये निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि हमें हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस पर एक साथ समर्थन करना चाहिए, ये संकल्प लेना चाहिए। सदन की तरफ से रिकॉर्ड में सब चीज आ गई है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पद, आइटम नंबर 2, श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 2 पर उल्लेखित दस्तावेज में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं, जो निकटम कुंडली और पोल्ट्री प्रोसेसिंग बोर्ड से संबंधित है। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी।
आइटम नंबर 3, श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 3 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेज को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 4, डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार बलियान।
Permission, I rise to lay the paper listed against my name at serial number 4 in 2 days revised list of business.
आइटम नंबर 5, श्री नित्यानंद राय।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या पर मेरे 5 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 6, श्री कैलाश चौधरी जी। माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी, और मंत्रियों को बताया करो कि कभी भी जब सभा पटल पर रखने वाले या तो उपस्थित है, आपको अधिकृत करके जाएं।
जी। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 7 पर मेरे साथी कैलाश चौधरी, जो एग्रीकल्चर और फार्मर्स वेलफेयर में मंत्री हैं,
उनके नाम के आगे जो दस्तावेज अंकित हैं आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 7 अर्जुन मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। मैं आइटम नंबर 7 तो मैंने पुट
6 बोला था आपने, 7 भी बोल दो आप ही।
ठीक है, नहीं अब 7 बोला है मैंने, 6 अब बोलता हूं मैं। जो हमारे शोभा जो मंत्री हैं एग्रीकल्चर और फार्मर वेलफेयर की, उनके नाम के आगे जो अंकित दस्तावेज है क्रम संख्या 6 पर, उनको सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री ए नारायण स्वामी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I lay the paper mentioned against my name at CL number 8 of today's revised list of business, both English and Hindi version, sir. Thank you, sir.
आइटम
प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास की मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं। अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। इसका कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में।
अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा।
प्लीज स्टेटमेंट के बीच में नहीं बोलते। नो प्लीज
में छुट्टी भी थी। 9 दिसंबर 2022 को PLA ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से PLA को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण PLA सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
आज लोकसभा में प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया गया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास की मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं। अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। इसका कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में। अब उन्हीं के कांग्रेस के ही सदस्य के द्वारा ये प्रश्न पूछा गया और जवाब में बहुत स्पष्ट था। अगर तो मौका देते तो मैं सदन के पटल पर भी बताता कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 2006-07 के वित्तीय साल में चीनी दूतावास से 1,35,00,000 रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ था। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया था। फाउंडेशन ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए करवाया है और ये जो राशि चीनी दूतावास से मिली इसका उपयोग भारत चीन संबंधों के विकास पर शोध करने के लिए ये पैसा दिया गया। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने शोध तो जरूर किया होगा। क्या उनकी शोध में 1962 में जो हजारों हेक्टेयर भूमि भारत की चीन ने हड़प ली वो शामिल था क्या? और शोध इस पर किया तो रिपोर्ट क्या आई है? नेहरू जी के प्रेम के कारण सुरक्षा परिषद में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता बलि चढ़ गई। इस विषय को उन्होंने शोध का विषय बनाया था क्या? और अगर बनाया था तो इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जिस वक्त गलवान के अंदर हमारे सेना के वीर जवान चीनियों से भिड़ रहे थे उस वक्त चीनी दूतावास को अधिकारियों को कौन रात्रि भोज दे रहा था? वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर था तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जब उनकी सरकार थी तो 2006 में भारत में चीन के दूतावास ने पूरे अरुणाचल और पूरे नेफा पर दावा कर दिया। वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर शोध हुई तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? 25 मई 2007 को चीन ने कांग्रेस के ही मुख्यमंत्री दोरजी खंडू को वीजा देने से इनकार कर दिया क्योंकि ये तो हमारा ही हिस्सा है अरुणाचल। ये भी शोध किया गया क्या? 13 अक्टूबर 2009 को मनमोहन सिंह की अरुणाचल यात्रा पर चीन ने आपत्ति जताई, वो आपने जांच किया है क्या? और 2010 में चीन ने जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को स्टेपल वीजा जारी करने की प्रथा शुरू की, ये भी क्या आपका शोध का विषय था? 2011 में कांग्रेस सरकार ने चीन की धमकी के बाद हमारे रोड और वाइटल बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स का निर्माण डैम चौक में रोक दिया। ये क्यों रोका गया इसकी भी शोध की है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं, ये दोगला रवैया जनता के सामने नहीं चलता है। जनता सब देख रही है। आपके परिवार द्वारा चलाया गया फाउंडेशन, उसका FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन चीन की दूतावास से मिले हुए अनुदान से समाप्त हुआ है। आपके ही समय में हजारों किलोमीटर भूमि अवैध रूप से हमसे हड़प ली गई है। आपके ही समय में हमें मिली हुई सुरक्षा परिषद की सदस्यता आपने निजी संबंधों को बनाने के लिए चीन की भेंट कर दी है। ये सारी जनता ये सभी विषयों को जानती है। मैं इतना स्पष्ट कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी इसके प्रधानमंत्री है, और जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार चल रही है 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। कल अपने सेना के जवानों ने जो 8 की देर रात को और 9 की सुबह को जो वीरता दिखाई है, मैं इसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। इन्होंने घुसे हुए सभी लोगों को कुछ ही घंटों में वापस खदेड़ दिया और हमारी भूमि का रक्षण किया है। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA लाइसेंस रद्द होने का एक दूसरा भी कारण था। इस्लामिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की, जिसका प्रणेता जाकिर नायक है, जाकिर नायक को पूरा देश जानता है, उनसे भी 7 जुलाई 2011 को 50 लाख रुपया राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन ने प्राप्त किया था। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के कर्ता धर्ता जो कांग्रेस की फैमिली पार्टी है उसी के सदस्य हैं, तो आपको ये पैसा जाकिर नाइक ने किस मकसद के लिए दिया था, इसकी भी स्पष्टता देश की जनता के सामने होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
All right, I think we've got our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us from Vijay Chowk right now. Abhishek, of course, we saw Rajnath Singh, the defence minister, make a statement in Parliament, but also a pointed charge being made against the Congress by the Home Minister over there.
Well, first, let's look at the Defence Minister's statement for the benefit of viewers who would have joined now. Nupur, he made it clear that the Chinese tried to change the status quo unilaterally. They were countered and they were pushed back, and that there are no casualties and that injuries have been there on both the sides. Also, it has been taken up diplomatically with the Chinese, and this will go on. That's about the incident which happened on December 9 in Yangtze area of the Tawang sector. Now, Home Minister has really taken it to the next level. He has, because the opposition was trying to politicize the issue, he has taken the battle right into the opposition camp. He has said, specifically for the Congress party, that the reason why the Congress created pandemonium in the Lok Sabha and forced an adjournment of the House is because of question number 5, which was incidentally asked by a Congress MP about the FCRA restrictions that were put on or the suspension of the license under FCRA of the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, which is run and helmed by the Gandhis, the Gandhi family. And the question was because just about a month and a half back, the Union Home Ministry had cancelled or suspended the registration because of reasons like their activities not compatible with the stated objectives. Now the Home Minister coming out and clearly saying that had the question come, I would have told these congressmen that rupees 1.35 crores were taken by the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation from the Chinese embassy or the Chinese government for research on India-China relations. I would have sought to know from them, did the research on what Nehru did on India-China in 1962 when the Chinese took away thousands of square kilometers of land. This is Home Minister Amit Shah making that statement outside the House when the Lok Sabha was adjourned because of the pandemonium inside. He would have asked whether the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation researched with that money why Pandit Nehru let China become a permanent member of the UNSC when that issue was being deliberated, just to oblige his personal friendships. Would the RGF have had researched about what the Gandhi family was doing, having dinner with the Chinese embassy officials when our soldiers were fighting in the Galwan Valley? All these issues Home Minister raised. So I think the entire issue has now become political. Nupur, we are going to see this really snowballing over the day with a Congress response expected. Right. But as I said, the Home Minister really taking the fight into the opposition camp on the issue of the standoff that has taken place in Tawang, but now essentially turning into a Congress versus BJP or the government versus opposition issue here in the Parliament.
Absolutely. But let's once again, Abhishek, listen into what Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, has said in Parliament. He, of course, has said that this was a unilateral attempt by the PLA to change the status quo.
अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा।
प्लीज स्टेटमेंट के बीच में नहीं बोलते। नो प्लीज
में छुट्टी भी थी। 9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
You're watching Republic TV, and when we return, we continue our focus on what Rajnath Singh has said in the Lok Sabha, and he will, of course, be addressing the Rajya Sabha shortly.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
હું ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple. All right, tracking the big story this hour, a heated face-off and debate taking place in the Parliament. Home Minister Amit Shah also addressing the Parliament and giving a very stern reply, and pointed questions being asked to the Vadra Congress as well. We'll go across to Abhishek Kapoor as well for more on that. Abhishek, these are very pointed questions that have been raised by Amit Shah in the Parliament. If you could take us to those key highlights of Shah's statement in the Parliament.
Well, Samiksha, so even before the Defence Minister would give his statement, the Home Minister really took the battle right into the opposition camp and really blunted their the sharpness of their attack by claiming that this entire mayhem that was being created, or pandemonium that was being created inside the Lok Sabha by the Congress party was aimed at saving their own skin. Because question number 5, as the Union Home Minister mentioned, was on Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and the cancellation of its FCRA license. Union Home Minister said that the Congress party clearly wanted to avoid an embarrassment on the floor of the House, because he would have said that it's the Congress party's Gandhi family, the first family of the Congress party, which runs this RGF, and they took 1.35 crore rupees from the Chinese embassy to do research on India and China relations. So did the research get something on why we lost the 1962 war when Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister? Did the RGF research on the role of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in facilitating China's permanent membership of the UNSC at the expense of India? Did the RGF research on what the Gandhis were doing with the Chinese embassy staff over dinner, or when our soldiers were fighting in Galwan, and other questions? I think the Union Home Minister has really held a mirror to the Congress party, and we are still awaiting a response right there behind me in the Parliament from the Congress as to how they see this a very direct attack on them from the Union Home Minister even before the Defence Minister spoke. Of course, the Defence Minister clarifying that the clash happened on December 9 and it was a unilateral move by the Chinese to change status quo on the ground, which was rebuffed, rebutted and repulsed by the Indian troops, alert as they always are, present there. And now the Chinese are behind the LAC and they are back to their posts. They have
उपसभापति महोदय, 9 दिसंबर 2022 को चाइनीज पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया। उपसभापति और सदन को यह भी बताना चाहूंगा, इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई और भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के सैनिकों को कुछ चोटें आई हैं। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग भी की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए उन्हें कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम और प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगी। धन्यवाद।
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री के अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में 9 दिसंबर 2022 को जो घटना घटी उसके बारे में एक विस्तृत वक्तव्य सदन के समक्ष रखा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, हमारी सेनाएं पूरी मुस्तैदी और ताकत के साथ हमारी सीमाओं पर तैनात हैं और उनके शौर्य और वीरता पर पूरे सदन को हम सबको विश्वास और भरोसा है। देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता के लिए सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने में भी हमारे सैनिक सदैव तत्पर हैं और रहेंगे। माननीय सदस्य, यह एक संवेदनशील विषय है। जैसा माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बताया, सरकार उत्पन्न हुई स्थिति को पूरी गंभीरता के साथ ले रही है और सभी आवश्यक कदम उठा रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इस संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर पूरा सदन एक है और एक मत से हम यह संदेश इस सदन से देना चाहेंगे कि देश की सुरक्षा की चुनौतियों का सामना करने में सभी दल और पूरा देश एक साथ है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा इस सदन के अतीत के कुछ उदाहरण। सेशन नंबर 210 में 6/3/2007 को नक्सल अटैक ऑन श्री सुशील कुमार महतो MP लोकसभा, इस विषय पर। फिर सेशन नंबर 212 26/11/2007 को सीरियल बम ब्लास्ट यूपी। फिर सेशन नंबर 215 13/3/2009 को फॉलो अप मुंबई टेररिस्ट एक्ट। फिर 215 सेशन में 18/2/2009 को सिचुएशन इन श्रीलंका। इन संवेदनशील विषयों को देखते हुए क्वेरी पूछने के बहस करने की आगे प्रक्रिया नहीं बढ़ी, इसलिए इस पर भी जो क्वेरी आए हैं मैं निवेदन करता हूं कि कोई क्वेरी इस पर नहीं होगी। धन्यवाद। नंबर 64, क्वेश्चन नंबर 64 क्वेश्चन नंबर 64 के डॉक्टर के सर मंत्री जी, क्वेश्चन नंबर 64 Question number 64, medical students. Some clarification is given. What is this, sir? All practices are possible. Dr. DP Bhatt, some clarification is needed, sir. सभापति जी, आपके माध्यम से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि यूजी और पीजी, खासकर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट मेडिकल सीट्स कंटिन्यूअसली फॉलिंग वैकेंट हैं। नेशनल मेडिकल कमीशन या हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री क्यों नहीं इसका स्टैंडर्ड रिलैक्स करके इन सीटों को पूर्ण करती ताकि देश को अक्षति ना हो।
जताई है कि कुछ सीटें वैकेंट रहती है यूजी की या पीजी की। सर, लगातार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज देश में यूजी सीट्स और पीजी सीट्स लगातार बढ़ाए जा रहे हैं। जो वैकेंसी की चिंता जताई है उसमें अवगत कराना चाहती हूं कि पीजी में जो प्री क्लिनिकल और पैरा क्लिनिकल पोस्ट है सर, उसमें अनविलिंगनेस कहूंगी मैं, स्टूडेंट्स इसको प्रायोरिटी नहीं देते हैं, इसीलिए सर वो वैकेंट रहते हैं। ज्यादा सर इसमें सर क्लिनिकल पोस्ट को चॉइस दिया जाता है, इसकी वजह से वो सीटें भरी जाती है। लेकिन फिर भी सर हमने लगातार सरकार ने प्रयास किया है कि जो हमारे परसेंटाइल है वो परसेंटाइल हम रिड्यूस करते हैं ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट इसमें भाग ले। लेकिन मैं ये ज़रूर कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये सर स्टूडेंट पे निर्भरता करता है कि कौन सी चॉइस करे, लेकिन हमारा प्रयास है कि लगातार सीटें बढ़े और इस दिशा में ये सीटें बढ़ाने में हमारी सरकार कामयाब रही है। धन्यवाद।
मिस्टर आर कृष्णैया।
All right, Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us. Abhishek, if you can help us understand this better of how these questions have been raised time and again, that the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation received funds from China, and this at the time when our Jawans were fighting there on the battleground.
So Samiksha, it's a fact. We have pictures of that MOU being signed between the Congress party and the Chinese government, represented by the Chinese embassy here. We have those pictures where the Gandhis are present, Rahul Gandhi is signing, Sonia Gandhi is standing. So it's not a figment of imagination. The money transferred, obviously, if the Home Minister of the country is saying something, you have to believe that. So rupees 1.35 crore, part of the MOU to study India-China relations, that much is fact. Now, Home Minister has raised some questions. It's for the Congress party to respond whether any research was done on India-China relations by the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. By the way, also as suggested by the Home Minister, their registration of RGF is for carrying out social work. It's not for what this MOU was signed, unless you believe that, research on India-China relations constitutes social work. Union Home Minister also asked pointed questions on, for example, whether the RGF researched the objections raised by the Chinese government on the visit of then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to Arunachal Pradesh, the issue of stapled visas which happened or rocked India-China relationship during the UPA 2 era. So I think these are all questions which he raised, and he said that he would have raised them inside the parliament, and that's why the Congress party understood the kind of embarrassment it was looking forward to, and that's why the pandemonium that they created so that the question hour were adjourned and couldn't take place. Like it happened in the case of question hour, the day's questions have to be asked the same day, and if it's adjourned for any reason, next day is the next lot of questions. So obviously this set of questions, including the one on RGF, which was question number 5, gets buried, and that's what has engendered this remark by the Union Home Minister. We are going to see what Amit Shah has said outside the parliament, sort of trend and snowball perhaps as the day builds up. We are as yet awaiting a Congress response, Samiksha, and then we'll take the story forward from there, or it will go on its own from there. But what is important is the government has been very open to, giving facts about the December 9 clash that took place between Chinese PLA and the Indian troops and the position as it stands today.
Yes, and Abhishek, what is baffling beyond words is the fact that even when there is not an iota of doubt that how India has been successful in pushing back the Chinese PLA, we have the opposition and even the AIMIM towing the same line and questioning that about India really pushing back the Chinese soldiers. They've even said that China has occupied territory. These were the remarks that were made. In fact, the notice that was issued by the Congress MP Manish Tiwari.
Well, opposition did what the opposition does, and that's the beauty of Indian democracy, Samiksha, that they can try to put the government on the mat and the government has to respond, which it has. In fact, there are some other motions pending in which they have sought a detailed discussion on India and China. It's likely what we are being told by our government sources or the interlocutors I spoke to, that they have no problem in discussing threadbare the situation that India has vis-a-vis China along its borders, both in the western and the eastern sector. What is important is that the opposition has to start beginning to trust what the government says. For example, the External Affairs Minister has already made a statement right on the first day of the session itself on India's foreign policy situation, and there was a bit on China as well. The External Affairs Minister has been speaking so frequently on China and really diplomatically speaking or giving a diplomatic version of staring back at the Chinese for what they have done, or how they have conducted themselves over the last few years, not backing intent with words and doing something else, saying something else. Okay, we have a bite, I believe, coming in from Tawang, where our reporters have traveled to. Let's listen to those people in Arunachal, and what's the sentiment on the ground about this latest development?
अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तावांग से करीब 5-6 घंटा आगे सुमीग्यासे और यांगसे से भी आगे थालुंगला पास पर इंडियन आर्मी और चाइनीज पीएलए के बीच में हाथापाई होने की खबर आई है। हमारे पास इस वक्त जुड़े हैं जाम्बे वांगसू, जो कि सुमीग्यासे गांव से है, जो भारत और चीन के सीमा पर अंतिम गांव या फिर पहला गांव भी आप बोल सकते हैं। जाम्बे जी, क्या कहेंगे? ये जो घटना सामने आई है, इस पूरे मामले को एक स्थानीय वहाँ के लोकल होने के नज़रिए से आप किस नज़रिए से देखते हैं?
हाँ, एक्चुअली अभी ये जो अभी एग्रीगेशन है ये बार बार चाइना की तरफ से होता है बीच बीच में, तो लेकिन अभी हमारा इंडियन आर्मी जो अभी 1962 के बाद तो अभी काफ़ी बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। तो मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि अभी इंडियन और चाइना वाला कुछ हमारा इंडियन आर्मी को कुछ हमारा ज़मीन का 1 इंच भी वहाँ पे ले जा सकेंगे। लेकिन चाइनीज़ वाला क्या है, वो बीच बीच में कुछ हरकत करते रहता है। लेकिन आज का डेट में हमारा इंडियन आर्मी के पास सब कुछ हथियार से लेके हमारा इंडियन आर्मी जितना अभी आगे बढ़ चुका है, तो चाइना तो कुछ भी नहीं है अभी। तो मेरे ख्याल से यही लगता है कि वो चाइनीज़ बीच बीच में सिर्फ वो दिखावा के लिए थोड़ा कुछ कुछ करता है, लेकिन हमारा इंडियन आर्मी वहाँ पे डटे हुए है पूरे बॉर्डर में। तो हमको बिल्कुल निश्चिंत है, हम है वहाँ पे एकदम गांव के नज़दीक है। तो अगर ज़रूरत पड़ा तो इंडियन आर्मी के साथ साथ हम बस्ती वाला भी, हम गांव वाला भी एकदम इंडिया के साथ है। और मैं सब इंडियन वासी को बताना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग बेफिक्र होकर बैठिए, जब तक हमारा इंडियन आर्मी है तो हमारा यहाँ का 1 इंच भी यहाँ से चाइना नहीं ले जा सकता है। लेकिन थोड़ा बीच हाथापाई अभी सुनने में आया था, हम लोग भी वहाँ पे ही था, घर पे थे, तो सुनने में आया था वहाँ पे कुछ हमारा कुछ जवानों के साथ हाथापाई हुआ है। लेकिन इस बार का भी जितना भी हाथापाई हुआ है उसमें ज़्यादा नुकसान उनको चाइना का ही हुआ है, हमारा इंडियन आर्मी का कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है। वो इंडियन आर्मी एकदम सुरक्षित है, सब कुछ ठीक ही है सर। तो
ये जो घटना हुई है ये एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पर हुई है? सुमीग्यासे तक हम लोग भी गए हैं, वहाँ से कितना दूर है और वो इलाका का यदि थोड़ा आप विवरण देंगे तो हमारे दर्शकों को समझने में थोड़ा आसानी होगा कि वो माहौल कैसा है वहाँ का और इलाका किस तरह से बसे हुए है पूरा।
एक्चुअली ये जो सुमीग्यासे है, सुमीग्यासे इज वन ऑफ द पॉइंट जो कि वो भी एक बॉर्डर पड़ता है। तो उससे आगे जाके यांगसी भी एक बॉर्डर होता है। तो यांगसी से फिर आपको थोड़ा अंदर, यांगसी अंदर जाते हुए आपको तलुंगला पास मिलेगा। तो अभी यहाँ पे हमारा सुनने में आए 17,000 फीट पे, तो 17,000 फीट हमारे यहाँ तलुंगला पास ही है। तो तलुंगला पास जो कि वो एक लास्ट बॉर्डर है हमारा इंडिया का, तो वही बॉर्डर के आसपास में ये जो हाथापाई हुआ सुनने में आया था। लेकिन यहाँ पे अभी जितना भी सुनने में आ रहा है कि वो चाइना वाला ही घायल हुआ है, हमारा इंडियन आर्मी कुछ नहीं हुआ है।
वहाँ पर ये घटना कब, कैसे, क्या हुआ, क्या आप थोड़ा बता पाएंगे? क्या जो जानकारी आप लोगों को मिला है, जो सूचना वहाँ के लोगों को मिला है?
एक्चुअली देखिए अभी बॉर्डर पे तो हमको भी अलाउ नहीं है, तो वहाँ पे जाने का नहीं है। तो हम अगर कुछ काम करता है वहाँ पे आर्मी का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोग कभी कभी आना जाना होता है। तो लेकिन अभी रिसेंट में तो हम लोग भी वहाँ पे था नहीं, लेकिन अभी जैसे कुछ सोच से अभी सुनने में आ रहा है कि वो चाइना लोग बीच में घुस के आ गया था, तो हमारा इंडियन आर्मी ने रोका, तो वो लोग नहीं हुआ, तो वो लोग नहीं माना, तो वो आगे घुसने के लिए कर रहा था। लेकिन हमारा इंडियन ने पूरा खदेड़ दिया, उनको भगा दिया वहाँ से बॉर्डर से।
ये पेट्रोलिंग के दौरान ही हुआ है?
हाँ, ये शायद ये हमारा पेट्रोलिंग के दौरान हुआ है, क्योंकि इंडियन आर्मी भी पेट्रोलिंग करता है बीच में, तो उनका तरफ से भी पेट्रोलिंग होता है। लेकिन इस बार वो लोग जो ज़्यादा अंदर आ गया था, तो इंडियन आर्मी ने जब मना किया तो वो लोग माने नहीं, तो इसके बाद हमारा इंडियन आर्मी ने खदेड़ दिया उनको।
All right, that were some sentiments on the ground. The people there standing solidly with the Indian Army. Major Gauravara joining us. Major, all quiet on the Eastern Front. I'm paraphrasing, but for how long and what we need to do so that the Chinese understand that that discretion be better part of valor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Abhishek. What I'd like to say here is that, we've been trying diplomacy for a very long time with the Chinese, and clearly it is not giving us the fruits of our labor as we would desire. Now, diplomacy, along with the armed forces as another pressure point, usually works very well. When you get the Chinese down to a negotiating table, and this is conventional wisdom, this is nothing that I've made up from my own mind, but conventional wisdom has it that when you negotiate, you always negotiate from a position of strength. And I don't think we are doing that. I'm not aware of what the Foreign Office is doing in this regard. But I would always say that apply the choke on the Chinese pressure points, and when you apply the choke, then you negotiate with them. Use the Indian army to apply that choke. You see, whether you look at Doklam, it is the Chinese coming to the line of actual control. You look at Galwan, it is the Chinese who came to the line of actual control. Even here, it is the Chinese who came to the line of control, right? The intent clearly of the Chinese is to occupy our territory. Had the Indian army not been there in 3 cases, the Chinese would have come inside and taken away Indian territory, like they did in the past in 1962. Yeah. They took away thousands of kilometers of our territory in 1962. So, Abhishek, what I am saying is that if the Indian army is used, or the Indian armed forces, even the Air Force has got an extremely important role to play, if they are used to pressurize China militarily, then diplomatically it will bear more fruits, because China will be under pressure. I don't think China is under any sort of pressure as far as India is concerned today. So while banning their apps and all are fine, and I think that was a very welcome step that we banned their apps and all that. But I think China also requires a military response, Abhishek. That is what I would say.
Now, if that be the strategy, Major Arya, then what are the choke points available to us? You are the military man here. You understand the LAC better. Please tell us, please share with the viewers that where all we can really get the Chinese to quack and achieve our military objective with some kinetic action.
I have been posted at a certain point, which I would not like to mention, Abhishek, if that's all right. But I've been posted there, I've served there. There are many such choke points where we are in a more commanding position as far as the terrain is concerned. But I'm also saying that it is not about the terrain. The Chinese took this maneuver, and Chinese are at a lower ground and we are at a higher ground. And yet the Chinese dared to try and occupy a 17,000-foot peak. Why did they dare? Why did they want to send 200 to 300 people to occupy that place? Because they knew that, you see, India will honor their treaty. They were sure India will honor their treaty. Why don't we do counter-intrusion for once? Why don't we do counter-intrusion for once? Let them come in, you also go in. Aane do Chinese ko andar. You also go inside China and then negotiate with the Chinese. Boss, we will get out if you get out. If you come in, we will come in. This is the language of aggression that China understands. Look at Taiwan, Abhishek. You've been following
the South Bank of Pengong. So, if I remember correctly, Major Arya, we did that in South Bank of Pengong. So I think it was fantastic results.
See, Abhishek, when you occupy the Kailash range, China will abandon the Moldo garrison. It will happen. The Chinese, even today I'm saying this, and people may dismiss it, but it's a fact. The Chinese did not come to Doklam to fight. They did not come to Galwan to fight. And even now that they have come to the line of actual control, with so many people, 5 battalions backing them up and a force of 200 to 300 people. The Chinese have not come to fight. They have come here to pass a message. Agar kuch hota hai to theek hai. वो लड़ने की मंशा से नहीं आए हैं. They have not come with the intent of fighting, and we must understand that. They will keep on pushing us. They will keep on poking us, pushing us for soft spots, openings, and then they will take that opening. That is the Chinese strategy. When you respond to them, they keep quiet. 1967 is a case in point when General Tagat Singh opened up artillery, He opened up artillery. There were hundreds of Chinese dead bodies. For decades, China kept quiet. They didn't say anything after 1967. We need a Sagat Singh right now. We need a General Sagat Singh right now in the army. And there are people who can do that currently in the Indian army. We have some fantastic generals. If given an okay, they can make sure that the Chinese, don't bother us for decades. But I think the government will have to take that call, Abhishek.
Okay, Major, we are having a fantastic conversation on what the strategy and tactics should be in the long and short term. But, we'll continue this conversation. Just hold on to your thoughts. I am being told that we have a reporter on the ground in Leh, in fact, to give us an idea of what kind of, arrangements we have there and the sentiment there, the mood there. Let's go to Mridul. He's there in Leh. Mridul, if you are getting me, can you tell us just the scene there from where you are reporting, and let the viewers know that the Indian Army is standing strong there, taking care of our borders. Okay, I think there's some signal issue there in Leh. We'll try to connect as soon as we can once that signal issue is taken care of. Major Arya, coming back to you. we were discussing about 1967 and the strategy and tactic. It's not that in the recent past also, like you mentioned, Kailash Ranges, the south of Pangong, so we did with some good results. How do you really institutionalize these kind of responses? Do we need more delegation at the command level from Delhi or right up to the core level for our generals to be or our soldiers to be doing that?
Abhishek, you've actually hit the nail on the head. I don't know, it's because of your study or your research, but the thing is, you're right. I cannot fault your reasoning. See, the Fauji's will take a call depending on the political leadership. If the political leadership says go, they will go and they will hammer the Chinese. Now that the thing is issue of the past, let me tell you what happened in Galwan. My unit was in Pangong Tso Lake at a place called Tangse. I am from 17 Kumaon and 17 Kumaon thrashed the Chinese. मेरी खुद की पलटन ने दौड़ा के चीनियों को मारा है, right? And they were awarded also for it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that the Chinese will leave you in peace. And yes, it calls for political will. Yes, it calls for delegation. And yes, it calls for, disabusing yourself with all these funny notions like Panchil and all that nonsense, which have never really stood the test of time. Ye sab chodo. China ke saath. China does not respect anything at all. China does not respect which agreements you have signed. If China wants to stroll inside, China will attempt to. They will attempt to stroll inside. Abhishek.
Yeah, you made a fantastic point. You made a mistake, but you revealed your position of 1995. Perhaps it helps the Chinese a bit. I'll come back to that. But we have to listen to the political aspect of this story as well, and that's. Of course, that was brought in by Union Home Minister Amit Shah outside the Parliament because the question hour was adjourned. Let's listen into what Union Home Minister Amit Shah had to say.
आज लोकसभा में प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया गया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास की मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं। अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। इसका कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में। अब उन्हीं के कांग्रेस के ही सदस्य के द्वारा ये प्रश्न पूछा गया और जवाब में बहुत स्पष्ट था। अगर तो मौका देते तो मैं सदन के पटल पर भी बताता कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 2006-07 के वित्तीय साल में चीनी दूतावास से 1,35 लाख रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ था। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया था। फाउंडेशन ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए करवाया है और ये जो राशि चीनी दूतावास से मिली इसका उपयोग भारत चीन संबंधों के विकास पर शोध करने के लिए ये पैसा दिया गया। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने शोध तो जरूर किया होगा। क्या उनकी शोध में 1962 में जो हजारों हेक्टेयर भूमि भारत की चीन ने हड़प ली वो शामिल था क्या? और शोध इस पर किया तो रिपोर्ट क्या आई है? नेहरू जी के प्रेम के कारण सुरक्षा परिषद में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता बलि चढ़ गई। इस विषय को उन्होंने शोध का विषय बनाया था क्या?
Slipping into a very short break, but a big statement there by Rajnath Singh in the parliament. Not an inch given, Rajnath Singh says in the parliament.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this, using this umbrella that is used for the deity in this temple.
Civilians have been reported killed, 17 injured as Afghan border forces opened fire in Balochistan with a mortar rocket. The Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific after accomplishing a historic moon mission. It was a more than 25-day journey around the moon with an eye to returning humans there in just a few years.
4 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested from Kanpur. This is from the Moolganj area. Fake Aadhaar cards as well as passports have been recovered from these 4.
ભૂપેન્દ્ર રજનીકાંત પટેલ ઈશ્વરના નામે સોગંદ લઉં છું કે કાયદાથી સ્થાપિત ભારતના સંવિધાન પ્રત્યે હું સાચી શ્રદ્ધા અને નિષ્ઠા ધરાવીશ.
Got some reliable intelligence inputs from across that there has been a dropping of 2 to 4 RPG launches via drone has taken place somewhere in the Taran. Kashmiri Pandit community is on the roads in Jammu. They are staging protests for the past 215 days, and what they are saying that don't rehabilitate us to Kashmir on the cost of our blood.
Delhi airport, where the chaos and pandemonium continues. Many passengers have been waiting for long hours at the Delhi airport.
Threat has been issued by the terror outfit called Kashmir Tigers. In the video, one of the terrorists saying that whosoever buys land in the Kashmir Valley.
The VVIP treatment that is being given to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's wife while she visited this temple and was seen walking away with this.
का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है.
Defence Minister briefs Parliament on Tawang, makes it clear not an inch given, not a single casualty on the Indian side. Our forces gave it back to China's provocation. Defence Minister tells Parliament Indian soldiers forced Chinese to retreat.
फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 6-7 के वित्तीय साल में चीनी दूतावास से 1,35,00,000 रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ.
Reminds Congress of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation funding. Amit Shah takes on Congress for double speak on China. Home Minister Amit Shah attacks Congress, says party creating ruckus and stalling Parliament to avoid Rajiv Gandhi Foundation question. Forces fight on border, but Congress continues to question the army, claims major gaps in deployment.
लगता है कि अभी इंडियन और चाइना वाला कुछ हमारा इंडियन आर्मी को कुछ हमारा ज़मीन का 1 इंच भी वहाँ पे ले जा सकेंगे, लेकिन चाइनीज़ वाला क्या है वो बीच-बीच में कुछ हरकत करते रहता है.
Not an inch of soil can be taken, says the residents of Tawang, who stand firmly by the Indian forces. The big story this afternoon, briefing the Lok Sabha on Tawang developments, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that the Indian Army gave befitting reply to the Chinese Army. Rajnath Singh informed the Parliament that the PLA troops attempted to change the status quo in the Tawang sector on 9th of December. He further added that there was hand-to-hand brawl and the Indian forces forced the Chinese to retreat.
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस गरिमामयी सदन को अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा। उपसभापति महोदय, 9 दिसंबर 2022 को चाइनीज पीएलए ट्रूप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया। उपसभापति और सदन को यह भी बताना चाहूंगा, इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई और भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के सैनिकों को कुछ चोटें आई हैं। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग भी की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए उन्हें कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम और प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगी। धन्यवाद।
So there you heard Rajnath Singh setting the record straight, saying that how China attempted to change status quo and that the Indian Army Jawans gave it back and that not an inch has been ceded to China. We have Mrudul joining us live from Leh. Mrudul, talking about the border areas, Leh especially where you are reporting from, talk to us about the geography of the area, in fact, the terrain and the deployment of the military in the border areas of Leh Ladakh.
Yes, of course, Samiksha, it is very difficult to stand here. I'm nearby Khardungla. It is the last checkpost of Indian Army and it is just about 1 kilometer far away from here. And Indian Army इंडियन आर्मी के जो जवान हैं यहाँ पर वो लगातार गश्त करते रहते हैं, उनकी पेट्रोलिंग टीम भी यहाँ पर नजर आती है। लेकिन जैसा मैं बता रहा हूँ कि बहुत दिक्कत होती है। लेकिन आपको याद होगा जब डोकलाम में संघर्ष हुआ था, चीन के सैनिक भारतीय सीमा में घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, जब डोकलाम में भारतीय सेना ने इसी तरह से जवाब दिया था। और यहाँ पर अभी भी ऐसी तैयारियां की गई हैं। विषम परिस्थिति में भी खारदुंगला, चांगला ये वो जगह है जहां पर बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत होती है सेना के जवानों को, लेकिन उसके बावजूद चीन की गुस्ताखियों को, चीन की नापाक साजिशों को नापाक साजिशों को नाकाम करने की पूरी कोशिश यहां पर की जाती है। और अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं तो मैं आपको यह भी जानकारी दे दूं कि डोकलाम के संघर्ष के बाद जहां चीन की चोटी ऊंचाई पर है, चीन आसानी से अपनी सेना को वहां पर मौजूदगी उसकी दर्ज कराता है, लेकिन भारतीय सेना के सामने मुश्किल होती हैं। उसके बावजूद भारतीय सेना के जवान जाते हैं और वहां पर सीमा सुरक्षा के लिए तैनात रहते हैं। लेकिन हां, बार बार जैसा संसद में भी कहा जा रहा है, भारतीय सेना के जवान बार बार मुंहतोड़ जवाब देकर चीन को जो कोशिश वो विस्तारवाद की नीति की अपनाने की कर रहा है, उसको ये बता रहे हैं कि ये नया भारत है और अब यहां पर ऐसा नहीं चलेगा।
All right, so Mrudul there reporting live from Leh, and as you can see, that's the terrain that Mrudul is showing us. We have Shavan, our senior editor, also joining us. All right, before we go across to Shavan, let's cut across to those visuals coming in from Jammu, where we understand protests are also taking place as we speak.
सभी जितने भी राजनीतिक पार्टी हैं उनको एकजुट होना पड़ेगा और सेना का साथ देना पड़ेगा। जिस तरीके से चीन ने यहाँ पर हमारे सीमा में घुसने की कोशिश की, उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब यहाँ पे देने की जरूरत है। रिपब्लिक भारत के लिए लोमस झा।
All right, reporting from Jammu, where the Shiv Sena is staging a protest over the clashes which happened in Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. And just to give the details again as to what the Raksha Mantri had to say in the parliament about India giving it back to China, and this after China attempted to change status quo in the border areas. All right, we have Major Gaurav Arya who continues to stay with us. Major Gaurav Arya, if you can talk to us more about, the economic sanctions that India has imposed so far, do you think that there's something more that could be done to prevent the Chinese aggression? And also the fact that, there have been so many diplomatic talks so far, commander level talks, but nothing seems to have transpired. Does it bring us to square one when we talk about the border talks between India and China?
Yeah, see, there are no economic sanctions on China as far as India is concerned. So this whole term economic sanctions is wrong. We banned a few apps, which is a welcome step. And we tightened the screws on some of their companies through the Enforcement Directorate. And rightly so, because they were pilfering money and they were not following the local laws. But the fact of the matter is, in the long term, this will not impact China very much. Sure, it's a slap on the Chinese face. There is no doubt about it. We have slapped the Chinese hard. But the fact of the matter is, the Chinese are not down and out, and the Chinese will come again and again. That is what I've been saying since yesterday, since this thing came out in the media. Now, you see, if you want to stop this, you have to understand, the response to a kinetic action cannot be non-kinetic. Otherwise, it doesn't work that way. China's initiatives are all kinetic. You see, even though they may not have been a massive sort of bloodshed like it's there in war, but yes, we did lose precious lives in Galwan. We can't forget that. Okay, Doklam was peaceful. This was largely peaceful, Tawang. But the fact of the matter is, nobody knows. Tomorrow there is a conflagration. It may not be peaceful at all. So where is your initiative? That is what I'm talking about, you see. Even what the Raksha Mantri said was very good. I welcome his statement. And top marks to him, But fact of the matter is, we thwarted the Chinese. Why is it that the Chinese always attack and we have to defend? You see, we are always in a defensive posture. Sure, we don't want to fight. That is our ethos. We don't want to fight. We don't want a war. But what about the other guy? He wants to fight. He wants to fight. Even if you don't want to fight, he wants to fight. And he will impose war on you. He will impose costs on you unless you start doing the same to him. I'm not saying an open, all-out war against the Chinese. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that you must impose some sort of military cost on the Chinese. You should look at military options also. Because if we think that Tawang is going to be the last time the Chinese try to enter Indian territory, I'm sorry, we are sadly mistaken. This is going to happen again. It will happen next year. It will happen in May, June, July. Then again it will happen in October, November, December, January. It will happen again. It will happen twice next year. They'll keep on doing it because they are probing you for weakness. Please remember, this is not about war. What the Chinese are doing in Tawang or even in Doklam or in Galwan, they are not trying to fight a war. They are probing for weakness. They're trying to find a mess, give you a message. And when they have found that gap, when they have found the weakness, they will exploit it to the fullest. It is up to us to seize the initiative and give them a military response because their question is military. The question is not diplomatic, The question that they're asking. They did not send their diplomats to Doklam. They did not send their diplomats to Galwan. They did not send their diplomats to Tawang. The Chinese send their soldiers. And when a soldier asks a question, the only one who's equipped to answer that question is a soldier, not a diplomat.
And would you believe that there could have been some international pressure also that could have probably, triggered China to go to this extent of trying to enter the Indian territory in the Tawang sector? Could there be some international pressure as well?
Yeah, maybe, maybe you're right. Maybe there is international pressure. Maybe there is domestic pressure. But it is not that China is doing it with, maybe this time there was international pressure. Maybe this time there was domestic pressure. And I'm not denying the fact. There are all the chances. But the fact of the matter is China has been doing it for decades. Didn't China do it in 58? Didn't China do it in 62? Didn't China try the same stunt in 67? So what's new? What was the domestic or the international pressure then? China will keep on doing it because China knows you will not respond. This, I'll tell you, it's very simple. It's that the diplomacy of the government of India and the armed forces, they have to work in sync. Diplomacy cannot function in isolation. The armed forces have to function along with it. And when the diplomats negotiate, they must negotiate from a position of strength. Who will give you that position of strength? It is the Indian armed forces who will give you that position of strength. That when you talk to the Chinese will listen. Why do you think you have this series of Corps Commander talks and the Chinese are not listening? Because you're being decent about it. The Chinese don't understand the concept of decency. They understand the concept of strength. When you have hammered the Chinese and after breaking their bones, then you make them sit in a wheelchair and then you talk to them, then the Chinese will respect you. Then diplomacy starts. But somebody has to break their bones. Who will break their bones? The Indian army will break their bones. That's what I'm saying. This thing does not stop at Tawang. Let us not be under any illusion that this will stop at Tawang. It will not. It will simply continue further and further. And this is going to happen every year. And heaven forbid it will happen twice or thrice. They'll keep on poking. They'll keep on. Now, I see this thing here. Congress lectures army, major gaps in military deployment, Mr. Manish Tiwari has said, I just want to ask him, how do you know? How does Mr. Manish Tiwari know there are major gaps in deployment? It takes a very, very technical and a trained mind to understand army deployment. I don't understand army deployment. I didn't spend so much of time in the army. It's only a general officer with 30, 35 years of experience in the army, 40 years of experience, who will tell you how strategic deployment happens. Nobody can simply, and here you have politicians talking about deployment. They don't know what they're talking about. There's a highly technical subject. You see, so we must understand what is happening. And the only response, I'm telling you at this point in time, while the diplomacy must continue with China, what should happen is a military response. ये लोग नहीं रुकेंगे वरना ये आते रहेंगे हर साल जब तक आप इनको जवाब नहीं देंगे. And once you answer them, like General Sagat Singh answered them in 1967, once the Chinese have been answered in the language that they understand, they will sign off and they will be quiet for a few decades. What we need is a few Chinese dead bodies. Once you have the dead bodies dropping, then China will understand what India means and that India means business. Without that, you can keep on talking till the cows come home. You can have the diplomatic talks with the Chinese for the next 20 years. They will use the diplomatic talks. China will use diplomacy as a cover. China will keep sending its army. One part is talking, the senior leadership of the Chinese is talking to our senior leadership and they're making all the right noises. G20, SCO summit, blah, blah, everything is going on, everything is beautiful. And at the same time, the PLA is carrying out a different function. Please remember one thing. Please remember one thing. The PLA is not the Chinese army. The People's Liberation Army is not the Chinese army, the Navy or the Air Force. The People's Liberation Army is the armed wing of the Communist Party of China. Whatever is happening with the blessings of the Communist Party, because even down to the infantry battalion level, they have a political officer who's there to check for ideology, communist ideology. At the battalion level, as a parallel command structure, they have a political officer in the Chinese army, the PLA. So politics is involved even at battalion level. The Chinese Communist Party controls the PLA because the PLA is an armed wing of that political party. It is not the Chinese National Army. Now you'll realize what is happening and how to control these chaps. There is only one thing left to do is confront the Chinese head on militarily. If there is
all right, Major Gaurav Arya, stay with us. Let's cut across to those visuals coming in from Jammu, where we understand protests are being staged by the Shiv Sena. Lomis reporting live. Lomis, how is the situation looking like? We understand that the Shiv Sena, along with the supporters, are staging a protest over the Tawang clash.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि जिस तरीके से चाइना ने यहां पे दुस्साहस किया है, उसके बाद देश में कहीं ना कहीं उसका विरोध देखा जा रहा है. यहां पे डोगरा फ्रंट के कुछ लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, जिनके द्वारा सुबह से यहां पे प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है और लगातार उनकी ये मांग है कि जिस तरीके से चाइना ने यहां पर भारत की सीमा में घुसने का दुस्साहस किया है, उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब यहां पे देना चाहिए. क्या क्या मांगे आपकी?
हमारी मांग बड़ी स्पष्ट है कि जैसे हमारे नौजवानों ने उनको खदेड़ा। अब खदेड़ने का व्यवस्था नहीं है, आर पार की व्यवस्था है। और जैसे हमने गलबान के अंदर और बालाकोट के अंदर इनको आर पार कर दिया, वैसी परिस्थितियाँ यहाँ पैदा करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि वहाँ कोविड है। इसने कोविड को प्रारंभ करा। भगवान श्री राम जी कहते हैं जो गलत सोचे उसके साथ गलत होता है। आज उसके साथ गलत हो गया और ऐसे हालात आज पैदा हो गए कि वे कोविड के ध्यान को बांटने के लिए वो युद्ध की परिस्थितियों को पैदा।
ये पहली बार नहीं है, चाइना ने इस तरह के दुस्साहस कई बार कर चुके हैं।
देखिए, चाइना जो है एक ऐसी कुत्ते की दूम है जो कभी सीधी तो होती नहीं है। 2020 के अंदर एक कार्य किया था, उनके 50 से ज़्यादा फौजी मरे थे। ऑफिशियल फिगर तो कभी देते नहीं है, लेकिन हमारे फौजियों ने बताया था, हमारे फौजियों की भी शहादत हुई थी। उस समय भी कोरोना था, कोरोना से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए कार्य किया गया था। दोबारा से 2022 के अंदर पूरी दुनिया में कोरोना खत्म हो चुका है। वहां पर कोरोना का बहुत ही स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसी को अप्लाई किया गया। वहां के लोगों में विरोध है और लोगों का ध्यान भटकाने के लिए वो ये कार्य कर रहे हैं। थोड़े दिन पहले हिंदुस्तान और अमेरिकी सैनिकों की उत्तराखंड के अंदर एक ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज हुई है। सूर्य मिसाइल का 2 दिन पहले का टेस्टिंग किया गया है, जिसकी रेंज 10,000 किलोमीटर है। और अरुणाचल बॉर्डर के साथ 2,000 करोड़ रुपए की एक पैरेलल सड़क बनाई जा रही है। चाइना घबरा गया, चाइना बौखला गया है। और देश के विपक्षी दलों से भी यह बात कहना चाहता हूं, टांग खींचने का समय नहीं है, राजनीति करने का समय नहीं है। अरे देश की सेना के साथ, देश की सरकार के साथ खड़े हुए चाइना का विरोध कीजिए। अरे राजनीति चलती रहेगी, ये देश रहना चाहिए, देश सर्वोपरि है। और चाहे वो पक्ष के लोग विपक्ष के लोग हैं जो इस समय राजनीति कर रहे हैं, देश की जनता उन्हें सिरे से नकार।
पाकिस्तान को जिस तरीके से भारत ने जवाब दिया था सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करके, क्या चाइना के ऊपर भी करना चाहिए?
बालाकोट दूसरा चाइना के अंदर होना चाहिए। आज प्रश्न देश का है, आज प्रश्न विपक्ष का नहीं है, आज प्रश्न पक्ष का नहीं है। आज सैनिकों के साथ खड़े होने का प्रश्न है। इसलिए आर पार एक ही बार युद्ध करने का प्रयास है और आर पार करना चाहिए और बालाकोट जैसी परिस्थितियां वहां पैदा करनी चाहिए।
आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जो डोगरा फ्रंट के लोग हैं उनके द्वारा यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है और साफ तौर पे इनका कहना है कि जितने भी राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं वो अपनी राजनीति छोड़ करके यहाँ पर एकजुटता दिखानी चाहिए और चाइना का यहाँ पे विरोध करना चाहिए। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right, so Lomas there reporting live. Lomas, in fact, stay with us. If अगर आप थोड़े और लोगों से बात कर सकते हैं, we can see, हमें दिख रहा है कैसे पोस्टर्स जलाए जा रहे हैं शी जिनपिंग के। उनका क्या कहना है, उनकी क्या मांग है, अभी थोड़ा उनसे और बात करिए।
बिल्कुल, हमारे साथ कुछ लोग अभी भी मौजूद हैं बात करने के लिए, उनसे भी हम जानने की कोशिश करेंगे क्या क्या मांगे हैं आप लोगों की। पोस्टर जला रहे हैं आप लगातार जिनपिंग की।
देखिए, मांग बड़ी साफ है। जिस हिसाब से चाइना जो है तैयारी से होकर के आया था और जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने हमला करने की कोशिश की, इलेक्ट्रिक बैटन से उनके हाथ में, टेजर गन थी उनके हाथ में और बेसबॉल के ऊपर कील लगाए हुए डंडे लेकर के आए थे। हमारे फौजियों के हाथ में सिर्फ डंडे थे, खदेड़ करके वापस फेंका है। चाइना के खिलाफ एक रणनीति बनाई गई है जिसमें क्वाड देश सारे इकट्ठे हुए हैं। हिंदुस्तान और अमेरिकी सैनिकों ने उत्तराखंड के अंदर एक ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज की है। अरे जिस प्रकार से चाइना की वो जो एक स्पाई शिप जो है जो एक इंडियन ओशन के अंदर घूम रही है, हमारे नेवी चीफ आज श्रीलंका जा चुके हैं।
कहा राजनीतिक पार्टियों को एक होना चाहिए। यहाँ पे तो राजनीतिक पार्टी के जो लोग हैं वो सेना पे सवाल उठाते हैं, सेना से सबूत मांगते हैं। आप राहुल गांधी को देख लीजिए,
गुजरात में हाल वो अपना देख चुके हैं, एमसीडी में अपना हाल वो देख चुके हैं। हिंदुस्तान के अंदर ना के बराबर उनकी सरकार रह गई है। गुजरात के अंदर उन्होंने विपक्षी दल का जो है एक ओहदा तक खो दिया है, वो भी उनके पास नहीं है। और एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं, अरे इकट्ठे होकर के चलिए, देश की राजनीति इकट्ठे ही रहने चाहिए ऐसे मसले में। और जब आपने ये गलत नीति अपनाई है, देश ने आपको नकारा है। जिस प्रकार से 1972 के अंदर आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार ने चाइना को एकड़ों जमीन दे दी, एकड़ों जमीन सौंप दी। अरे उसका जवाब कौन देगा? और राजनीति ना करते हुए, राजनीति में नहीं जाना चाहूंगा, देश रहना चाहिए, देश सर्वोपरि है। चाहे विपक्ष के लोग हो और विरोध करने वाले लोग हो, राजनीति नहीं करनी है, देश के साथ चलना है।
बिल्कुल, विपक्ष देश की सुरक्षा को लेकर के लगातार राजनीति करते आया है और राहुल गांधी ने तो सवाल कई उठाए।
मैं तो समझता हूं सैनिकों के लिए कोई राहुल गांधी नहीं है, कोई मोदी जी नहीं है। सैनिकों के विषय के अंदर बोलने के लिए सारा देश एक है। अगर राहुल गांधी इस समय इस तरह के प्रश्न करके इस पूरे ध्यान को वो भी जिनपिंग की तरह बांटने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, तो फिर बातें हिंदुस्तान की जनता को गुजरात में समझ आ गई हैं और आगे भी आने वाली हैं। इसलिए मैं बड़ा स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं जी, देश है तो अपोजिशन है, अपोजिशन है तो सत्ता है। आज देश के सैनिकों ने चाइना को खदेड़ दिया है। आज कोई राहुल गांधी नहीं है, कोई और पार्टी नहीं है, सिर्फ एक ही है, वो देश के सैनिक हैं। वो सैनिकों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो नहीं खड़ा होगा, जनता उसको पीछे कर देगी।
अग्निवीर को लेकर के राहुल गांधी ने बड़े सवाल खड़े किए। उन्होंने सभा में कहा कि अग्निवीर को 4 साल के बाद जूते मार करके निकाल दिया जाएगा।
अब राहुल गांधी की परिस्थितियां क्या हुई गुजरात के अंदर, पूरे देश के अंदर क्या हुई हैं। अब मैं आज के दिन राजनीति नहीं करना चाहूँगा। आज के दिन मेरे सैनिक, हिंदुस्तान, सारी जनता उसके साथ कंधे से कंधा
मांगे आप?
अरे कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर के सैनिकों के साथ खड़े हो जाओ, और जो नहीं खड़ा होगा उसको लेसन दिया जाएगा। और चाइना को जो उसकी अंदरूनी परिस्थितियां खराब है, उसके कारण जो युद्ध जैसी परिस्थितियां पैदा कर रहे हैं, उनको सबक सिखाने का हमको प्रयास करना होगा।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट था वो अभी खत्म हो चुका है, लेकिन साफ तौर पे जो प्रोटेस्ट में शामिल लोग थे उन्होंने साफ तौर पे कहा है कि सभी राजनीतिक पार्टियों को एकजुटता दिखानी होगी और चाइना को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना होगा।
Yes, so Lomas, thank you for the moment. So Lomas reporting live from Jammu, where people are speaking in the same way that we need to give a reply to China as this provocation which happened on December 9th and which has been in fact given by the Indian forces. But even as we speak and people talking in the same way that how India needs to give a fitting reply, we have the opposition doing politics and questioning our forces. We have Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor as well as Major Gaurav Arya who continue to be with us. Abhishek, to you first. If you can take us through once again what Amit Shah had to say in the Parliament. Even he questioned, in fact, Amit Shah there also questioned the Congress with regard to the funding which the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation received from the Chinese embassy.
Oh, all right. So there are some details that I'm getting, Samiksha, and since it's a relevant question that you asked about Union Home Ministers, taking the battle right into the Congress camp, I have in fact those papers and I'm sharing it with you, and those can be, taken out and shown to the viewers as well. This is essentially this is question R, and this is question number 5, and question number 85, actually not 5, and it is asked by V.K. Srikandan and Benny Behanan. These are Congress leaders, and the question is about Rajiv Gandhi Charitable Trust and the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, whether the government has cancelled their licenses, if so the details thereof, and then there are some supplementary questions, in response to which the Union Home Minister responds by saying that the FCRA license of the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation was cancelled under Section 14 of the Act, and because of violations of provisions under relevant sections. It goes on to say that in terms of provisions, this has been cancelled in terms of provisions under section this and shall not be eligible for registration or grant of prior permission for a period of 3 years. So the cancellation of a license under FCRA is for 3 years. That's essentially the technical answer. But politically speaking, Samiksha, the Home Minister raised some questions, or he said that had he been allowed to answer this question on the floor of the House, he would have asked the Congress party what they have done with the research grant from the Chinese, because it was on India-China relations. Did the RGF research 1962 debacle? Did the foundation research on India foregoing its membership of the UNSC, permanent membership in favor of China, both under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of the country, or for that matter in the latest instance, did the foundation research on Chinese intrusions into Depsang, or the Chinese objecting to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit to Arunachal, or the Chinese issuing a stapled visa. So a litany of questions from the Union Home Minister, Samiksha, but we are still awaiting a response from the Congress party. At least I have not seen reporters, for example, rushing out with those sound bites, because they are played out from here. The cameras stay outside at the Vijay Chowk because the COVID protocols are still in place in the Parliament behind me, and reporters are allowed inside, but they have to come out and give the sound bites here. Okay, in fact, I believe we have a sound bite coming in by way of a reaction from the Congress party by none other than the Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge. I am told we are ready to play it out. Samiksha, let's listen into what the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge had to say on the Home Minister's attack.
चर्चा के लिए तैयार नहीं थे. एक स्टेटमेंट वो भी हमारे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने दिया और जल्दी चले गए। हाँ, ये हमारे सदन की प्रथा रही है, प्रैक्टिस रही है कि जब कोई स्टेटमेंट मिनिस्टर करता है किसी विषय पे तो उस पर क्लैरिफिकेशन पूछा जाता है, और हमको यही कहा गया सदन के नेता ने और हमारे डिप्टी सभापति ने भी यही कहा कि क्लैरिफिकेशन का अवकाश है, लेकिन क्लैरिफिकेशन को भी उन्होंने हमको मौका नहीं दिया और हमारे बात सुनने के लिए भी वो तैयार नहीं है। हम यही चाहते थे कि चर्चा के बाद सुन के वो रिप्लाई दे, हम वो सुनने के लिए तैयार थे, लेकिन उन्होंने इस मसले को अपने ही तरीके से एक प्रचार लेने के लिए अपनी बात रखे और चले गए। ये देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। देश एकजुट रह के, हम देश के एकजुटता के लिए, एकता के लिए सभी मिलके काम कर रहे हैं। इसी में हमारे जो आज जवान लोग बहुत से पहले से शहीद हुए थे और आज भी बहुत घायल हो गए और कितने उसमें बचेंगे। हम तो ये कामना करेंगे कि उनको जल्दी वो स्पीडीली रिकवर हो जाए और जल्द से जल्द वो फिर काम पे लगे। लेकिन ये चीज़ें बाहर नहीं आना, उनकी गलतियां छुपाने के लिए क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं दिए। जब क्लैरिफिकेशन को मौका नहीं दिए तब वहाँ बैठने में कोई अर्थ नहीं है। तो इसीलिए हमने ये तय किया कि सब मिलके प्रोटेस्ट करके वॉकआउट करना। तो हम वॉकआउट जो किए हैं उनके एटीट्यूड के ऊपर, और वो जो कहना था और हमको बताना था वो चीज़ें हमको नहीं बताई। इसीलिए हमने ये सभी पार्टी के नेताओं ने ये तय किया कि बेहतर ये है, खुद जब डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ही जैसा वॉकआउट करते वैसा उन्होंने ही वॉकआउट करके चले गए, फिर पूछना किसको। तो हमने ये सोचा कि हमारी बात तो सुनी गई नहीं, हम आपको बताने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं, इसलिए हमने वॉकआउट किया। लेकिन देश के सुरक्षिता के लिए, देश के अखंडता के लिए हम सारे एक हैं, और जो हमारे जवान बॉर्डर पे अब लड़ रहे हैं, हम सभी लोग उनके साथ हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं।
एक मिनट उमाशंकर जी, एक मिनट ब्रीफली, एक मिनट। तमाम हमारे विपक्ष के साथ ही अपनी बात रखेंगे। उस श्रृंखला में आपसे सिर्फ इतना कहूं कि हमारे डिप्टी चेयरमैन साहब ने कुछ प्रेसिडेंस का हवाला दिया। इस मुल्क के लिए इससे बेहतर प्रेसिडेंस नहीं हो सकता कि 62 में जब युद्ध चल रहा था सदन ने विशद चर्चा की थी, क्योंकि नेहरू को कुछ छुपाने का नहीं था। आज के दौर में आज भारतीय सेना के जो घायल जवान हैं वहाँ हमारे यांगसी में, तवांग में, वो क्या सुनना चाहते थे सदन से? आज तो हम फेल कर दिया हमने उनको। हमारी छोटी सी गुजारिश थी, जितना इन्होंने 200 शब्द में स्टेटमेंट दिया है, इससे ज्यादा आप सबके पास जानकारी है। क्या सदन इसके लिए है? अगर हम राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और अखंडता के लिए हम एकजुट हैं, अपने सब जवान को एक मैसेज देना था। आज सरकार नाकामयाब रही है और सरकार कम से कम चाइना के बरक्स, मैं हम हमेशा ये कहता रहा हूं कि चाइना के बरक्स ये लोग ब्रेजेंट डिनाल में रहते हैं। आज का दिन भी ब्रेजेंट डिनाल का दिन है, जो हिंदुस्तान के तारीख में लोकतंत्र में अच्छे से नहीं जाएगा।
Thank you. You want to say something?
I've said it. I've said that our two presidents have discussed.
नहीं, अगर ये दो चीजों को कंपेयर कर रहे हैं तो उनकी नासमझी पे हंसी आती है।
No, please. Ma'am, please. These are the moments for the country to convey a message to India and the whole world that we stand as one. The government purposefully is not traveling on that track. They want to see that we are divided. But we say, in defense of India, to defend our inch of land of India, we stand as one, and we will stand as one. The Communist Party, the other parties, all of them, the CPI, CPM, all parties are.
All right, so the opposition responding after staging a walkout of Rajya Sabha after Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's statement on the border situation. The opposition saying that they were not allowed to speak even as the government called for a discussion in the parliament. The opposition there maintaining that they were not allowed to speak inside the parliament, which is why they staged a walkout. This, of course, after Rajnath Singh made the statement in the parliament saying that India has fought back and that there was an attempt on Chinese side All right, we'll go across to our reporters as well in just a bit, but Rajnath Singh there making a statement in the parliament saying that China attempted to change the status quo and that the Indian forces gave it back and stalled China, in fact making it very clear and that it was a hand-to-hand brawl and that not a single grave injury has happened on the Indian side. So Rajnath Singh as well as Amit Shah addressing the parliament there and making those remarks, making it clear that how there is a clear attempt by the opposition to try to politicize the matter.
6(7) of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of States of my intention to move the following motion for the suspension of business listed for 13 December 2022. Our national security and a territorial integrity is being impinged upon by brazen Chinese transgressions as the government remains a mute spectator. The valor of our armed forces in Galwan Valley, Ladakh is well known, but China has brazenly transgressed into our territory since April 2020. The illegal and unprovoked Chinese transgressions upon Y Junction in Dipiang Plains continues till date. Similar is the state of Chinese transgressions into Gogra and Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh. Not only this, Chinese built up next to Pangon's Lake area, including building of PLAs, divisional headquarters, army garrisons, weapon shelters for artillery. Anti-aircraft guns and armored carriers is being continuously ignored by our government. Government also remains oblivious to the Chinese construction of a new radom and too high Pangon.
एक दूर दराज गांव में मैं घूम रहा हूं। कल मुझे डीसी तवांग से मेरा एक चर्चा हुआ जहां हमने सुना था कि कुछ घुसपैठी हुई थी। भारत के जवानों को उन आक्रामक रूप से बहुत सारा जवानों को घायल किया। जो डोकलाम वाला इशू है या जो लेह में जो हुआ है, वैसा रवैया शुरू कर दिया। फिर यहाँ हमारा बहुत शांतिपूर्वक एरिया है हमारा अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, चाहे वो किबितो में हो या चागलाम में हो व गेलिंग में हो या इवन बुमला में, तवांग में ऐसा घटना कभी नहीं हुआ था। हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हम शांति बना रखें यहाँ इन इलाकों में। कल हम जो सुना है 9 तारीख का शादी घटना हुई थी, लेकिन जो जितने भी फौज है चीन के PLA हो या हमारे भारत के जो अफसरान, वो जाके उनका बीच में एक फ्लैग मीटिंग हुआ और उसमें दोनों ने शांति बना रखने के लिए कहा। लेकिन ये दुखित बात है कि जैसे सुंगरुंगची वैली में भी पहले भी ऐसा ही हुआ था कि चीन के लोग वहाँ आते हैं और जो ठंड का समय होता है, क्योंकि ये बर्फीला